Hello all who are tuning in, welcome to the stream. Today I'm continuing my IRC program and or Touhou Mother speedrunning program. Mostly the IRC part right now. So yesterday, just as a small recap, made quite a bit of progress on this program. None of this code existed yesterday. I believe there's a file I need to delete. Oh, not in here. I'm gonna do some very quick refactoring before I start here, just to get things going. This project's name is going to be SigoNitori v2. It makes sense because my old program was called SigoIRC. So this is SigoIRC v2. We're gonna get rid of don't read this. That was just a silly troll thing earlier. And yeah, so to recap what I did yesterday, I set up a basic IRC client. It reads data from a socket, which is our IRC channel, whatever we're connecting to. And then it runs a loop, which obtains messages from the server. These messages are then filtered and create scrolling text objects. My scrolling text objects scroll across the screen for a brief period of time, and this is used. This was used in my old streams to overlay the Twitch chat while I was playing games and stuff. So even if you weren't watching chat, you could see the chat. It's kind of nice for archives as well. Anyways, so that's all done. That's what all of this is for, and it's all working good. Just to show what was accomplished yesterday, here is our program. And anytime somebody sends a message, it will create an object and then scroll it across this window. The username appears on top, followed by the text right below. I chose this font because of its high visibility. Actually, I think, yeah, this is still overlaid, which I remembered to do. I guess I could leave it because technically it's not hurting anything. There was this bug which I encountered yesterday, and that's mostly because the object is getting destroyed without the screen refreshing. So that has to be done, and that's very easy to do. Right here is where we kill the object. We have a run function which returns either true or false. If it's true, the scrolling keeps occurring, the object stays alive. But if it's false, we have to destroy it. And then that's all handled. Right, I believe we have a timer for that, yes. So one of the cool things I did with this program, I created a timer, a clock, and it's up here. So this timer runs once every 16 milliseconds, which is approximately 60 frames per second. The program is not exactly 60 frames per second, but it's pretty dang close. If we were to do 1000 divided by 16, it's 62.5 frames per second. That's how many times my program actually updates, and that's mostly because you can't really be super precise with it. If you were to do 1000 divided by 60, you'll notice it's a decimal, and you can't really have a decimal amount of time in milliseconds. There are other ways to do this, and you could implement more precision, but for our purposes, we don't care if it's 62.5 frames per second or 60 frames per second. So we're just gonna leave it as that. The timer gets started, and then right here, it runs an updater, an update event. This updater takes care of scrolling the text and deleting the object if need be. So text object holds a list of all of our scrolling text objects, iterates through them, and deletes them over time. With that being said, I need to fix this real quick. When we are returning false, we're actually going to repaint. We can actually do this simply by moving this up here. This means we repaint before we either choose to destroy the object or not. And that should resolve any issues with the text remaining on screen when it scrolls over. This is the test. You see I have some output here regarding the X position that I will get rid of as well. But this will scroll all the way across, and I actually need to try another one. Test 2. because when the text is smaller than the name, then it's going to stop earlier. You'll see it just suddenly disappear, just like that. When multiple people talk, it'll scroll multiple texts across the screen. And one issue I realized with that is sometimes you might get overlapping text. So one thing I'm going to also have to consider is where I'm placing these text objects. How I handled this in the past was I had 3 defined rows, and each row stored an X position. And this determined how far out the object had to be created so that 2 objects did not overlap. And I think I have to do the same here. Something along those lines. So I think I'll start with that just as a small exercise. What I really want to get to today, and is kind of the meat of this program, is we're in Twitch chat. So you know when Twitch chat gets crazy, they put their emotes out, right? All the different emotes that exist in Twitch chat. And oh, that's not what I wanted. So all these emotes I like to have displayed on my program. So what we're actually going to do is load up a whole series of different emotes. I did this with my old program too. Inside here I would have a folder of every single emote, and then I would have it load up. And then those emotes would show up on my program. So I'm going to be doing the same thing with this program as well. So a quick search turned up a nice little snippet here for how to handle images inside a Java panel. So I will be referencing this a little later. It's very easy to do, and I'm glad it's very simple. I really like this Java Swing API. It's very nice to work with for programs. So I'm thinking of a plan here. I think I want to do the same thing with my old program. I want 3 rows, 3 distinct rows where messages can appear, and we'll keep track of them. Because these are rows that will all behave the same, we can actually create a new class to handle this. We'll just call it the text row class. I wanted that to be in uppercase, so I will quickly refactor that. So a text row is actually going to hold a list of integers that determine the X positions of each message. Wait, is that necessary even? No, not even. We just need one little integer. This one integer, let me think. I need to think about this for a moment, because there are multiple ways you could do this. Yeah, we can just int max x. And max x defines the greatest x position of all the messages in this row. And that's literally all it's going to do. But it's really important that I distinguish that. That way I can add as many text rows as I need to. I think I'll need a Y position for this row as well. So we'll just call it Y position. And is there anything else I will need? I think that's pretty much it. That's all we really care about here. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and start writing the class. We're going to define the Y here. The position where all the scrolling text objects will spawn from this text row. Just assign that variable to itself. We need to make some getters and setters. For those that might be newer to Eclipse, you can have Eclipse automatically do this by right-clicking, choosing source, and going to generate getters and setters. Here you can select any variables you have defined. You can see I have 2 variables for this class defined, and what members it can have. So in this instance, I want the ability to get the Y position, get the X get the max X, and I'm gonna want to set. Do I want to set the max? I might make another function for that. But anyways, these are your getters and setters, and maybe the ability to move the row as well. So Eclipse can automatically generate getters and setters for you, so you don't have to go through the whole trouble of typing them all out yourself. So those are going to be useful. I'm actually going to modify it slightly. So this is going to be get y, this is going to be set y, this is going to be get max x. Yeah, we can leave that there. And I'm going to add one more. When we create our scrolling text object, we need to update this row. So I'm going to call this update row. And all we're going to do with update row is we're going to accept whatever scrolling text object we are creating, and we will use that to determine how much farther our max x needs to be. So here we're also going to define a constant. So to define a constant, you just type final. That means it's not going to be modified in any way, shape, or form. You can make it static if you need it to be available to anything. In this scenario, we only need it available to itself, so we're not going to make it anything but final. And then we will call this message separation. I like to use all capital letters for constants. It's easy to define that way, so you can tell. And you want to set up finals right away. They're not going to be changed through execution. Let's make this, I want to say a good chunk, like at least 160 pixels or so between every single message. Let me see what 160 pixels looks like real quick. That's about from here to here. Yeah, that's a decent amount of separation. I was thinking more about here, so maybe 200 pixels of separation between each message would be a little more ideal. So, with that in mind, when we're updating our row, we have to do two things. For one, our max x is going to increase based on the string width of this this scrolling text. I'm actually going to call this text. So text.string width. You know, these really should be private, to be honest. They shouldn't be available like this. It's good to get into the habit of keeping your variables private. You don't want things to be able to just modify each other easily. So it's a good habit to get into, I guess. So now you see I can't actually do this. What I have to do is make a getter for this, and I will do it with the same method I did over here with text row. So you can see all my messages for a scrolling text object appear here, and really for the most part we only want ways to get different things we need. So in our scenario we definitely want the string width. I'll make string height available too. Some of these we don't care about, we don't need. Message is pretty important for a scrolling text object. So we're going to add all those getters. Eclipse puts them nicely in there for us, so we don't have to do any work there. But this getter will allow us to access it in a protected way, get string width like this. That way we're not mistakenly modifying an object's variable that we shouldn't be. It's kind of just a standard with writing classes. If you just modify all these variables directly, you lose track of what's going on. When you do it this way, you know what you're getting. You know what you're setting if you use a setter instead of a getter. It makes things more clear. So we're increasing this, but we're also going to modify the position set. Oh, I didn't give a setter for the x position. We actually need to do that. Just for the x, and maybe the y. Setting positions of something is pretty important. So we're going to set x to whatever our current max position is, plus the width of our paint canvas. So I'm going to grab that, panel, get width. And we'll also add our message separation constant in there. So as we add more messages, this is going to get farther and farther away, because maxx will increase. Now, one interesting thing about this is this maxx needs to decrease at the same speed that these scrolling text objects are decreasing at. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to have an update function just like in scrolling text. And this will just make maxx go down by 1 if maxx is greater than 0. If it's equal to 0, we just leave it. That way the next message object will still be off screen. And this is all theoretical, but really what maxx is just an increasing variable that determines where the messages are placed if they're in the same row. So, just to give a better idea, I guess, of what is actually going to happen here, since it's still kind of confusing. Let's say this program is this window right here, this orange border. All my text is not going to appear... Oh, orange. All my text is not going to appear on screen. It's going to appear off screen. Here's a message that's coming in, right? And it's the program chose to put it on this row. Like, this is an imaginary text row object, this right here. This row is one object. That's why I just made right here. This is a text row. And we have a couple of these kind of on top of each other. I'm not going to care to make this graphic very accurate in terms of size, but this is just an idea. So each one of these is a text row object. Here's message 1. Now let's say the program chose to put the next message in. Now, as of right now, if the program was to add the message, it would appear just like this. This is message 2. Oh dang it, I should have done that better. And it's going to appear right on top of message 1, just like that. And so when it scrolls across, you're going to have two messages just stacked on top of each other. They're moving at the same speed to the left. And that's not what we want. So this maxx variable, I'm going to use blue for this. The maxx variable starts at 0, and that's going to represent this position right here. That's what maxx is set to when there's no messages. The moment somebody types in message 1 and sends it to us, maxx is going to set the x to maxx. Plus the panel width, which is just this orange width right here, plus the message separation variable, which is about 200 pixels. So that's not really an accurate representation of 200 pixels. So let's say the message actually appears somewhere over here. So now we increase maxx based on the size of that string. So this gets increased by that amount. Message 1 increases maxx to right here. Now what happens when message 2 comes in? Message 2 is going to come in, and it's going to do the same thing. It's not going to appear here. It's going to appear at maxx, which is now right here, plus the width of the panel, which is another large chunk. Or wait, well, it starts here. The width of the panel, plus maxx, and then more message separation. It's going to appear about right here. And let's say it was a longer message. This is longer. Just to give you an idea of what maxx actually keeps track of. So now message 2 is not overlapping message 1. It has some amount of distance. This is the 200 pixels we specified here. And now maxx is going to increase by the width of this string, which is going to put it about, I would say right here. That's about the width of message 2 for the next message that's coming in. And this way, every message, no matter how long or short it is, will stay separated by this width right here, this 200 pixels. So this is your message separation. Every single message will be separated by this amount for each text row. And that is the visual representation of what I just did right here. And the update part is simple. As text scrolls by, the max X will decrease, just like it did. Wait, scroll speed is not 1, is it? I need to standardize this. What is scroll speed right now? I think it's 2. Yeah, it's 2. Let me standardize this. So, a lot of times, there will be points when you're writing a program and you're using constant numbers or variables, whatever you're doing. And you realize, wait, I put a 2 here, and I'm about to put a 2 in here, and they mean the same thing. That should be an immediate alarm saying, hey, I need to make a constant for this because I've got it in multiple places. So at this point, we're going to make a final static integer, and we will call it the text scroll speed. Again, I like to use capital letters for static things. We're going to make it 2. That way, I can just substitute every single place that references the text scroll speed with a 2. Why is this? I forgot to make it... Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go. Forgot to reference it. This is in its own class, so I can't just reference that directly. I have to call it by doing paint dot... What? Okay, it's over there, so that's fine. And yeah, so instead of -1, it's now -2. Just like that. Both places reference the same speed, and I can change it at any time. Now I don't have to go over here and change 2, and then remember to change it over here and change that to 2 as well. Now I can say, oh, if I decide I wanted it to be twice as fast as it is now, boom, I just did there, changed it for both places. That is the key to improving or making things easier for you when programming. You need to be able to recognize situations like that. It saves you a lot of time when you're programming in the long run. It really does. It's a very good programming practice to get into. With that being said, I need to finish this up. So we made the text row class, that's all great. Now we have to implement it. So we're going to start with our list of text rows. Row object. That's what I like to call them. I like to call them objects. I like to handle them like objects. Alright, so our row objects are here. They're defined, ready to go. We will create our row objects when we first initialize the program. So I'll just go ahead and initialize them right here. We're going to make, I think we'll just do 3 rows. That should be enough to keep things flowing, I guess. We only need a Y position to initialize them. And so we'll put one near the top of the screen at position 32. Then we'll put one at I'm gonna make another constant and I'll call it the row separation. We will call this, or we will make this like 64 pixels or something. Alright. According to the rule of, what's the rule? The order of operations in mathematics, right? This will resolve first, so it'll be 32 plus 64, and then this will be 32 plus 128. Now I can actually simplify this. I'm going to make a new function called initialize rows, and we specify how many rows we want to initialize. Boom. So our initialize rows function is right here. Alright. So in here, we have our row count. For int I is 0, I is less than row count. I goes up by 1. Create a new row object. 32 plus row separation times I. Now the reason why I knew I could do this is because when I looked at what I did here, you notice I basically copy pasted it, and I did the same thing except I changed one number right here. This actually has one too, but it's just times 0, so it's normally invisible. But you'll notice the pattern here. This is 0, 1, 2, it counts up. And what's great for counting? A for loop. So you can now convert this into a for loop, and that simplifies your initializing by just specifying how many rows you want to do there. Nice and easy. Makes our code cleaner and easier to read. Instead of copy pasting 3 times, what if I wanted to change it later? It would be a lot more work. So with those rows in place, my next step is to update them. Back to Touhou speedrunning, huh? I'm gonna get there, yes. I'm pretty excited to get back into it because Touhou Mother is pretty dang fun and I love it. And I've got, I don't think you've heard my plan yet, have you, Trimead? So, what I have done recently, and I'm pretty excited about this, I went into Cheat Engine recently and pulled a bunch of pointers, memory addresses from Touhou Mother, in order to keep track of, like, oop, don't do that, boss health, who's attacking, stuff like that. And I realized I could use this data to help optimize my strategies. I can keep track of DPS, I can keep track of how long it takes me to kill a boss, I can keep track of, you know, how much health the boss has left so I can figure out what I need to do in certain situations. So, with all these memory addresses down, I started to work on a program to incorporate all that data, and I kind of got to that point, except I did it in GameMaker, which is horrible for variable management, and then I realized, oh god, this is such a mess, and this is such an old program. I think I made Sig IRC back in 2015? I want to say 2014, actually. So now what I'm doing is I'm converting all my work I did with Sig IRC into Java, and this is gonna future-proof my program. It's gonna be compatible in the long run, and it's gonna be a lot easier for me to add features because you look at this and you look at a GameMaker file and god, GameMaker is just such a mess. Like, it's impossible to do anything in here. Like, this was my old loop. Like, look at this thing. Like, I don't even know what's going on. Like, it's bad. And so now that I'm seasoned in Java, I can actually utilize it to create a program that does the same thing. So I've been working on Sig IRC lately. It's actually getting there. I'm about to implement the rows, but I can show you. Why choose Java over something like Python? I personally am not a fan of Python. 2 big reasons. One is the programming language has a very strict syntax. You have to have a white space after certain things. You have to, you can only add variables a certain way, subtract them a certain way, things like that. And also asset management. So Python is very confusing when it comes to managing files and such like that. I think it's really good for beginners, but it's not really good for the more seasoned programmer. It's also not very flexible. Try getting Python to run on like every single system. It's a lot harder to work with. There are a lot more incompatible libraries with Python for over different operating systems than there are with Java, because Java has been around longer and is more standardized. Like, they're not joking when they say Java runs on billions of devices. It's the truth because it's been around for so long and it's been fixed and properly works. Also, I am more experienced in Java than I am Python, so naturally I would choose something that would that I'm more experienced with. It's not like I don't want to work with Python. Sure, if I learned how to be an expert in Python, I'm pretty sure I would do it in Python. Python can do these things too, kinda. Like, doesn't really matter which programming language you use. It's a matter of how you use that programming language, and that's kind of something that people have to realize. So you can see I already got the scrolling stuff done, message-wise. So I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to implement more nicer features. Obviously, there's no emoticons yet. I'm getting to that, but I need to do some internal work first. So that's just why I'm not using Python. Less experience, not as good. I personally think Python is not as good. It's not as flexible in the long run. Like, one of the goals is future-proofing this. Java is not going to go away anytime soon. It's going to be my main programming language for quite some time. So I'm not going to forget how to write this. I'm going to be able to... It's very accessible for me right now. Hey, what's up, Invoker? Welcome. Alright, so let me get back on track a little bit here. Need to implement my rows. No. So, SigoIRC has many different iterations. The base SigoIRC, if I can find it, I don't even know if it exists later. Oh, you know what? The base SigoIRC is probably in here. Anyways, there's multiple versions of SigoIRC now. So, there's the basic SigoIRC, which was used for my general stream. So you can kind of recognize this. Maybe, I don't know. So this is a basic SigoIRC client. It shows text. It appears here. And that's pretty much that. You might remember this from my very old streams. It would be like in the lower right corner or something, and all the text would come up like that. This is basic SigoIRC. It isn't a fully functional IRC client. You see it as a text box, as a users list. As it detects people that join, it shows more people online. So it's a functioning IRC client. That's why it was originally called SigoIRC. Later, I implemented more features to it and changed how it worked, which became the SigoIRC it was later on with the scrolling text and the pink background, the timer, stuff like that. I added more modules to it. I then took those modules and made a fork of that and called it the Touhou Mother SigoIRC, which was supposed to include some other stats. Like you can see, I just have this. This was my test data. I had the ability to update my W splits, so I can choose where I last failed at my speed run, and then it would update the amount of runs all the way to that point. Like, you can see there's decreasing numbers here as I go on. This shows where in the speed run I lost, and how many runs have made it past that point. So if we go all the way down to the end, you'll notice I've only successfully completed 3 runs in my entire lifetime of Touhou Mother speedrunning. And each of these numbers that go down shows when I lost a run and how many runs made it past that point. So this right here is supposed to update that. So like right now I can click, let's say I got to EX Rumia and I beat her, but I couldn't get past Zuka. So I push EX Rumia, and now if you look, it should have updated. Yes, EX Rumia has now 15 successful runs, while Zuka still has 14, and everything before that went up. So that was the idea there. Yeah, I mean, when you speedrun, your goal is to focus on that game and just play over and over. So you will play you have to really like a game in order to speedrun it constantly. You have to like really like a game. So there's that, and then of course there's yours. I called it Trimead IRC, I believe. Trying to think where I put it. I probably just threw it in my OneDrive just like everything else. Yeah, Trimead IRC is a fork of SigoIRC as well, which I customized just for you, of course. And then there is a She-Hulk bot, which I derived from SigoIRC for the Duck is Hot's channel. And it's just a bot that manages things. So you see, I did a lot with SigoIRC, and now I'm evolving SigoIRC to Java. Java is going to be a lot easier for me to work with. I think in the future. It's gonna let me create more modules, lets me future-proof it. So yeah, that is the plan. Feel free to stick around. I will be doing my standard, you know, programming and talking and trying to explain what I'm doing, and I'm of course interacting with the chat. Kind of want to do that for Criminal Girls. Now, what's really interesting, I'm sorry I keep going off on tangents instead of programming, because I love this stuff. I love talking about this stuff, and heck, it's the weekend. We have time to waste. It's the weekend, guys. So, this was a very interesting adventure for me, because up till this point, I never really had a use for cheat engine. Usually I could find a way to just program something, and, crud. Lost my train of thought. Usually I could just program something and boom, I could get the data somehow, right? But Touhou Mother doesn't really have a way to just extract data from the game. The only way to really get data is one of two ways. You either get it just by reading the game source itself, which I kind of did. It gets me, you know, basic stuff. This is under, what is this even called? I can't remember anymore. It's under here? Nope. Under here? Crud. I will find it. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's in this folder. I've seen it before. ASCII? Oh, there we go. Yeah. So RPG Maker 2000. Touhou Mother was built in RPG Maker 2000. So you could go through and read, you know, like all the scripts to figure out what's going on. And that's fine and all. And you can get all the data from this too. Like all the enemy data and stuff. But you're not going to get live data. And that's what I used Cheat Engine to resolve. I did data mine the heck out of it to find all these. So, I can't actually show you the goal of this. Because the Game Maker version is kind of working, but it's buggy. I don't know if I should do it with sound or not. I'll do it with sound real quick. So, I'll show you real quick what's going on here. So, I have my Touhou Mother memory tables cheat engine file. I'm just going to open that right now. And I have a Lua script, the one I showed here. This is going to run and output data to a file. So here, the script is loaded. I'm not going to run it yet because I have to open Touhou Mother first. So here's Touhou Mother. Nice and easy. We're going to grab Touhou Mother here. We don't need that anymore. And then once I execute, it's going to start reading from this game. And I already found the pointers. So it's going to write the pointers to this file. You can see it's starting with a bunch of blank values because of course we didn't actually play the game. When I load in and look at the file now there's a couple more pointers, but most of these pointers are blank right now because it's only reading data. I only cared about data from battles. I didn't really care about data, you know, while we're just walking around screens. So now if I open this right here, I'm just going to put it down there for now. This is what I was working on earlier before I realized I needed to rewrite this thing in Java. So I'm just going to go through this once to kind of show you what this is supposed to be. And what I plan to do with this program. So you can see there's just a bunch of, there's just words that are changing right here. But you'll see in a moment why, what this is for. Once the battle starts, of course, we gotta have a great cutscene. Alright, so right when it detects there's a battle... Oh, never mind, it didn't work. See, this is why I said I need to rewrite it, because it's actually buggy right now. There we go. That should work for the time being, but that was only a temporary fix. That's actually not going to max. Oh, you can see these values changed here. So most of these, Okay, so you can see now it's working, but only because I had to do it the hackish way. It's not actually working. The boss's name, the HP value, and the time we are fighting is included here. Once the fight actually occurs, we can keep track of the damage dealt. So if you look, you can see the damage dealt actually gets shown down below. So we can know how much damage everybody does in a fight. We can determine what we have to do to keep future runs going. Like, what is the key to beating a boss in certain ways. So you can see, we already know the boss is below, like, 25% health, basically. So you can kind of get a feel for when you need to go aggro. And that's gonna really help me with figuring out boss strategies. That's really all it is. Finding these pointers kind of sucks for two reasons. Most games, you'll notice most of these are the same right now. But if I were to get a game over, or if I were to reload the game, these pointers change. It's like pointers inside of pointers. So you have to find all the memory addresses that the game could possibly use. And that's why there are a bunch of these. And it kind of sucks at first to find all these. But once you find them all, you can throw them in a script, output them somewhere, and then do stuff with it. It's a little loud. Yeah, I know the game's loud. The game's always loud. I just wanted to show you that. So, that is what I'm going for. That is like the ultimate goal, what we're getting towards. Something like that. And again, the reason why I can't use that is I can't keep developing it because it's so dang buggy. Like, it wouldn't even load when I first showed you it because of all the bugs in it. And there's a bunch of errors generated, and GameMaker kind of sucks with variable control, so I have no idea what's even happening. Yeah, I just can't work with it anymore. It's unmaintainable. It reached the point where I would rather rewrite the program and make it a lot neater and a lot easier to work with in the future. So, we created our rows. And that's really all we have to do with the rows other than put them in our updater, which we can do right here. For each of our row objects. We can actually just run it like this because we don't care for the order in which we do this in. So if you don't care for the order, you can actually iterate their objects just like this. You can iterate arrays, lists, whatever you want through this method. It sounds fine now though, right? Like volume wise. Like it's just Touhou Mother. Touhou Mother is just like ultra loud. And when I actually start streaming Touhou Mother, I will actually balance that out. But Touhou Mother is always a very loud game. But we're updating, update, yeah. Like that. So when we create our scrolling text object, we need to add it to a random row. So we're going to choose a random row to add it to. Text row is we're just going to randomly choose one. Math.random times size converted to an integer. And then now that we have our row we're choosing, we're gonna update it that way. So all we have to do is called update row, and our scrolling text object is gonna be this right here. Just like that. It should, oh wait. Yeah, this is where it calls the object. This just adds it to our array. Just like that. And again, our update row function just modifies the position it's at. So this is all we really need for now. The only thing I have to do is test it out. And in order to do that, I'm just gonna make it create one row object for now. And then I'm gonna spam the chat and see if all the text either stacks up together, which it would do in the normal version of my program, or if they actually line up back to back. And they should line up back to back now, I hope. So test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4. Oh, I forgot to remove the random aspect. That doesn't feel like 240 pixels. I feel like it didn't quite work. But let's see. I'm only increasing the max X by the string width, which is not quite what I wanted to do. So that probably explains that. I need to get rid of the random Y position factor here. So update row is gonna update the Y position of this as well to whatever the row Y position is. Just like that. So now I'm gonna test this again. They should all be in one row, not scattered all over the place, and they should all be separated by a little bit of space. Perfect. Just like that. Beautiful. Alright, so regardless of how fast I sent them, they all separate themselves by a little bit, and that's the power of maxx. Now, this next message should appear quickly. It shouldn't have a bunch of separation, which it doesn't. It starts appearing a little after I typed it. So that's good. It's working as intended. If people were to just type messages in a row, it would now show up properly. It looks like there was some error here. I'm trying to figure out what this would have been. Let's see. Paint.java 157 right here for scrolling text. st.draw. I'm trying to think of why that happened, or what could, or yeah, I'm trying to think of what the cause of this was. It was a concurrent modification exception, which means it had to do with an array, a list. My guess is that the update event triggered at the same time as a draw update. I'm trying to think if that would be possible. Because we only call this when we're updating. That's interesting. I'm just gonna double check real quick, make sure we don't have any conflicts here. Well, since this is running together, I guess we can actually check if we're allowed to draw this or not. And that's pretty easy to do. Private is alive. And I guess by default we'll just set to true. It's only gonna get set to false right here. This is the only place where it's no longer alive. And the only reason I have to do this is because we run both of these things in a separate thread. One is the painting thread and one is the update timer thread. And both can conflict each other if they were to happen at the same time, which is exactly what happened here. It tried to draw something that was already killed, I think. From my understanding, that's exactly what happened. I'm gonna make sure this doesn't cause that anymore. It looks like it did, actually. That's interesting. AWT event queue. Hey, Cryptic, welcome. Alright. If that's the case, I could just kill it at a later point in time. That's always another way to do it. So here's another way we can do this. We're gonna hold a list of any objects that need to be killed. And then we'll kill them after we go through this iterator. And we'll keep that. Actually, we can just do this now. Remove all from here. That's pretty handy. I hope that removes the concurrent modification exception, because now it's not stuck in a loop while trying to update anything. I hope. Paint manager is still doing it. Maybe it has something to do with painting. I wonder what causes that. I mean, we see it here, but this must run. I wonder if there's a safe way to do this. Because it's being modified at the same time. Concurrently, I should say. Thread safe. Thread safe for loop. The only way for this to not happen is to kill it inside of here instead. Well, that doesn't even matter. I'll go ahead and try that. See if that works. So not removing the object. Okay, so it's still happening. So it has nothing to do with that. So instead, it must be... what else could be related to? Paint to off screen. That must be what it is. It's trying to paint it off screen somehow. This may or may not cut it off, though. We'll see. It might be fine. It still occurs, though. I also leave stuff over there, which is kind of funny. Because that part doesn't get painted. I feel like I could ignore that because it actually isn't detrimental to my program, but I don't know. Whoops. We can leave it for now. I'm not too worried about it. I do need to adjust this at a later point in time, though. So text rows are good. I'm gonna add in more text rows now. I used to have it so it would randomize, but the seed of the randomization would be based on the username of whoever we're working with. So for example, the color Oh, I need to see if I can initialize a color. I'm just gonna try it right here. Color, color. I think you can initialize a color. You should be able to. Yes, you can. This is good news, so I can make my colors that way. The reason why I'm excited about that is I wanna, just like my old program, I want the ability to change the color of the user speaking, and everybody will just be assigned a random color. Randomly assigned. So that's good news to hear. I'm gonna start working on that code. So the username actually gets displayed right here. So this color is gonna be changed to a user color. User color. We'll define it right when we get the username. So here's where we get the username. We'll define the color right after it. Get username color. Oh, nope, that's not what we want. Clarity. So, a lot of times in order to get a color that looks good, you have to define a bright color. You have to define one primary color between red, green, and blue. If you don't, then you're going to end up with a bunch of grays and browns, and it just doesn't look very good. A lot of times if you just mix colors with the random function, there's a lot of colors that are either too dark or just look bad. So a lot of times when I'm making a random color function, I actually prioritize one of 3 colors and go from there. So here we're going to have our base color, which is going to be dictated by one of 3 choices. I think there is it might be under tills. Nope. Well, I guess there's no choose function, but I will make a basic chooser. Random number is a number between 1 and 3. Or well, it'll be 0, 1, or 2. And we're gonna have a defined color. I guess we're gonna start it with just black, and we'll mold it kinda into what we want. Random. So here we're making a switch because the number will be 0, 1, or 2. It will choose one of these cases and execute that code. So here, I assume we can get red, green, and blue and set it. Oh, I don't think we can set it. Darker, brighter, get components. So it doesn't look like we can modify a color directly. We have to actually make the color on hand, which is fine. We can do it that way too. So color will be well, in this case we just have to define it directly. So we have red, green, blue, and I assume the last one's like alpha or something, but we don't care about alpha. And I also assume the number is between 0 and 255. That's usually the standard, but I will double check, and I will be right back. So I noticed the color can be a float or an integer. I assume if it's a float, it's between 0 and 1. And if it's an integer, it's between 0 and 255. I'm going to stick to the 255 format because I'm more familiar with that. So we're going to, if we choose this color right here, we're going to do a lot of red and then very little of green and blue. So we'll do like 128 times math.random. And we'll convert that to an integer. Then we'll do the same for green or blue. And we'll make the alpha 255. I assume that's how you do it. I don't think there's any, yep. Red, green, blue, between 0 and 255, just like I thought. Cool. So that's a random color that has an affinity for red. And then we just swap the values for green and blue. Pretty simple, I think. And that's how you make a random color. With an affinity towards one specific color. And then we're going to return it. We also have to make sure, so right now this is an error, right? Even though it looks correct because it returns a color, we made colors. You have to always provide a default case in case something goes wrong. So in this case, we're just going to make it the green color if something goes wrong. This tells the compiler there's always a backup plan if it's not one of these. In our case, it will always be 0, 1, or 2 because we wrote our code right. But if for some reason we didn't, there will always be a backup plan down here. So get username color does that. Now, the important part was the fact that the username determines the seed of the color, so their color would always be the same. So we're gonna get a seed, a random seed, by creating a new random object and then defining its seed that way. Set seed to username. And then I think we can just use, the seed has to be a long, so I think what I like to do is convert it to a hash. I think, wait, let me think about that for a second. Is that right? Convert the string to a hash code. Yeah. It's the same formula every time. I remember using that. I'm pretty sure that's consistent across runs. And then instead of using math.random, instead I would just use r.nextInt or something. In that case, I don't even have to define. Yeah, I should have done that in the first place. I forgot that I was using a seed. I would have done this earlier. So 0 inclusive to the specified value exclusive. So inclusive and exclusive, if you're ever doing randomness or anything, it's just like mathematics. So this is like saying a value between bracket 0 to 3 open parenthesis. So if you know mathematics, you'll know that it can be anywhere from 0 itself, the number, to anything just before 3. So it can be 2.99999999999, but it will never be 3. Never ever. So this way you know when you round it to an integer, it will always be between 0, it will always be 0, 1, or 2. So it's just going to choose a value between 0, 1, and 2. Easy peasy. And then this color, this part right here has to be randomized to the right. I guess I'm just gonna do this, next int, anywhere from 0 to 128. So this is all redundant now. I should have done this in the first place. That's kind of my bad. And by setting, so random number generation is based on seeds. In case you're not aware, it's pseudo-random. Randomness is usually based on a table of numbers, and then it's just manipulated by boundaries like this, and it's manipulated by the seed. You can change the seed, and if you use the same seed every time, you'll get the same order of numbers. The seed just determines where in the sequence that random number generator starts at. It's pretty neat. So there's our thing. I'm gonna see if the color is different. First of all, it should be. Test. So I typed in test. It's green. I'm green. I don't think I applied the color. Oopsies. That could be what I did wrong. So username, is it username color or user color? I feel like it's a user color. Why would I use the long version? There we go. Alright, let's try one more time. So we will call it test. By the way, there's gonna be a lot of tests because this is naturally a Twitch chat program. So you can see my name's like a blue. It's pretty dark blue actually. And if I do it again, it should be another dark blue name. You can see it is. So my color will always remain the same. I feel like tweaking the formula a little bit because it's too dark. And I remember I did this when I was making bright colors. I would add a 128 to my other colors. That way, if you've never worked with color values before, and I can kind of show this real quick with a color picker online. Alright, so a lot of times you'll see, okay, so you see we have the ability to change our hue, change our brightness, and change our saturation, all on one scale. So this is a very good way to represent colors right here. If I go up and if I go down, the colors get darker, and you can see these numbers are slowly getting lower and lower and lower. They all change at once, but at different ratios. If you just go up or down, the ratio between all the colors remains the same, but they all go down together. That's how you make a darker color. If you want a bright color, you need to increase all the values, and it's by a ratio. So you can see, regardless of what color you want, if you want to be brighter, you need to have all the numbers be higher in the same ratio. If you want a darker color, you need to bring all the color numbers down by that same amount. So by adding 128 to these other values here, I'm naturally brightening up the potential color pool that exists in our randomness. So now I will get a much brighter color. I think it's gonna be the same hue because the RNG is, yeah. So you can see I got more of an aqua colored color because we went from having just blue as the priority with a touch of other colors to all the colors kind of blending together like that. I feel like I can go a little less. The brightness doesn't have to quite be that high, but I definitely don't want it to be like super dark. So I can modify this here. But you'll see I keep the random number generation the same, so it's still the same base color. We're just brightening or weakening it. So everybody should have their own randomized color now. You can see it's a little darker now, but it's not like super dark where we can't see it. I think every color should be around that level in terms of color. So that's good. And I want every user also is on the same row as well. So we will do the same thing here, but for the rows, we will pick and set the seed. So right here, I'm gonna do, I should put it inside of the text row. It's kind of related. So I'm gonna make a public static function. And the difference between just a regular function and a static function is static is referencing everything as a whole. So we're no longer talking about this specific text row object. When you make a class, you're talking about this object. This class has all of this to reference. The moment you make something static inside another class, you're just talking about in general. Pick random, let me do this. So it's gonna return a version of its own object. Pick random text row. We're gonna supply it with a username. And this way you're no longer talking about this object, you're talking about just in general. This is general code here we can use. So our objects list is from paint.rowObject. So all we have to do is, first we have our random number generator here. It's going to be a number between 0 and whatever the size of our array is, right here. And then it's going to pick one and return it. So basically it looks like what we just did on the left side there, but it's going to be inside there. That way I don't have to do all this. All I have to do is text row.pick random text row. And you can see I can reference it from there because it's static and public now. So sometimes in rare scenarios you want to do this. You don't want to do this for everything though, because you need to use classes properly, you need to have localized versions of its functions as well. Pick random text row for the username, that username. We actually need to know the username before we assign it a text row, so let's do that. Get username. There we go. Cool. So that being said, no matter how many times I type now, I'm going to appear in the same row. Oh. Bound must be positive. Uh-oh. Did I screw up? I screwed up. That's not good. Oh! Wait. What? Bound must be positive. What are we talking about? Let me look at the error again. This was in integer random.java. Right here? Wait, nope, not that. Right here? Huh. Well, the size can't be negative, so that's kind of weird. I think it must be greater than 0. Which should be the case. Oh wait, I have a math random in here. Whoops. I screwed that up majorly. There we go. Yeah, I still had old code in there I copy pasted. It's called the copy paste exception. Exact test. So no matter how many times I type, the program has designated this row as my row for my text, so all my text will appear there. So every user will have their own row and their own colors. And it will be consistent, so they know where to look for their messages. And they know what their colors are. And it's just a feature in my program that's kind of subtle, but it is kind of neat that it's a little personalized towards each user. So that's that. So that was a lot of just random number generating and stuff like that, and controlling where the text appears. Now I'm going to get to the meat of today, which I talked about a little earlier, and I still have the little snippet I brought up earlier for adding images. I'm going to be working on adding emoticons to my program, the Twitch emotes, and updating my Twitch emote list because it's slightly outdated now, but I will get to that a little later. Right now, I need to start working on adding images. So you'll see here, what they did is they added an image panel, which is just another class they made for specifically images. I don't know if I'll exactly do that because I might just make my own way of handling image panels, but it's a nice way to look at how they managed to create a way to handle images themselves. Now the part I'm mostly interested in is right here. This is how you load an image in, and that's what I'm going to be using to do a test run. So ideally what I'm going to have is an array of all of my emoticons just there. I'm just going to call it emoticons. The emoticon object is going to kind of work like how it did in my old SIG IRC program. They'll be created at the spots emoticons are supposed to appear at, and then we'll scroll. Emoticon. Nice. So obviously I don't have a class called emoticon yet, so I will make that real quick. And we'll just leave it blank for the time being. Did I really call this emotions? Emotions. My goodness. So we'll initialize each emoticon inside. Each one of these emoticons is going to hold an image object, or a buffered image object. And this is the image itself, and we'll load that by specifying a path, which is just a string image path. So according to this, it's literally done through the image IO class. And it looks like you can use a URL too, which is kind of cool. The reason I think that might be kind of cool is eventually I might be able to reference URLs that have Twitch emotes and get them that way. And imagine if I could have a way to auto-fetch all new emotes. I just need a place where all the Twitch emotes are at, like Twitch emoticons. There's gotta be like a website, like, so in here, you can see there's all these emoticons. It would be cool if I can grab all these and have Java save all of them for me, which might be possible. I can grab the page and I might be able to parse this. You can see it's pretty consistent right here. Every emote just has an ID and this image can be saved. So there might be a way to do this with Java, or I mean there definitely is a way to do this. I just need some time to actually get all that. So I think at some point I will write a program that will fetch all the emoticons from this page automatically and update them for me. Because this changes a lot. And it's annoying when I have to go in there and manually add new emoticons that people like. But we'll worry about that some other day. That'll be a bonus task I can do eventually. So image path goes in here, and that should just read our image directly. We shouldn't have to do anything else with that. Or let me see. Or not? What's wrong with this? Unhandle. Oh, duh. This is a file operation, so you have to be able to catch any errors. So image might not be defined, which is fine. Don't really have to worry about that. If the emoticon doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist. That's just how it's gonna be. So we need a getter for our image. Definitely not gonna be setting it. So now we have our image loaded, or, well, we have a way to define our images. I'm gonna make a new function out here called define emoticons. And inside here, we will, of course, define every single emoticon. I may be able to automate this as well. Basically what I did with my old program. So I had a list of every single emoticon. And I made sure I named it. You can see I kind of used the exact same format that they would be if you were to just type it out in Twitch chat. And so I might do the same format for this, which keeps things simple, because an emoticon will also have a what will we call this? We'll just call this the emote name. And the emote name represents what you have to type in order to get it to appear. So the emote name should be image path dot get wait. It's everything after the last slash dot. Well, actually, we might be able to reference it from here. Image dot. It might be in here actually. Interesting. I was hoping it'd give me like a source file. But I guess not. I guess we can just define the file out here. Which would get us our name of the file. Yeah. I just wanted to save work of parsing the string myself. And that's what that does for me. It gets the base name of whatever file or folder we're trying to open. Emote name might not be defined either, but that's fine. It's fine to have nulls as long as I'm checking for them. So define emoticons here. Okay. New emoticon. Now we define the file path for it. So let me just use one as an example for now, the winky face. Let's use the winky face. Here's its location. Just like that. So that should define it properly. And then I'm gonna attempt to draw it on the screen. So kind of a throwback to what I did with the scrolling text objects when I first started. I just displayed all of them before I did anything else with them. So I guess I'm gonna make a draw function for it as well. So draw. And we need to define the graphics here so we can draw it. That way we're not cluttering up this. Cool. So we have a draw image function, which is our image, and then we can choose how we want to draw it. Now it's kind of interesting that there's an image observer. I'm pretty sure I can make that null. This. You say this. I guess I can make it this. It doesn't really matter. So here's the basic. We'll make it image. Ooh, X and Y position. I guess the emoticon needs an X and Y position too. I don't know. I guess I'll just do that. No, no, I don't like this. The reason why I don't like this is because we are referencing the emoticon object is to hold our general emotes. It's not the emoticon object itself. If that... What I'm trying to say is this isn't where we're handling the actual displaying of the object. This is loading in the image of the emoticon. So I guess what we really need is another object type that's going to hold an emoticon. And we will call this object... Let's call it Let's call it a Twitch emote. So this is the Twitch emote structure. Yeah, I like that. It's better. So we're gonna make a Twitch emote structure. We're just gonna hold our emoticon object that we have. Emote. And in here we can hold our X position and Y position of this emote and draw it where it needs to be. So we can define our emoticons, that's fine. But the actual handling of displaying them is done through here. So now we just set all our variables that we requested. So we will just create a new emoticon for now. New Twitch emote. We will make it the Twitch emote. The very first element in there. And we will put at position 8, because that is a great position to be at. Great. Down here, Twitch emote. And then we have to make a draw method. Then we're good. Get image. You see now I can reference the get image. And we'll do that. Boom. Does that work? An image of, what is an image observer? I don't even understand. Oh, it must be the panel. Okay, that works. That's an image observer. So that should just draw our emoticon if it loads right. Oh, hey, look, there's a winky face there. So it does work. It loaded that image for us and is now using it. That's really cool. Just as a recap of what I just did here, I realized that I can't actually, okay. We have to have a place to store all of our emoticons we're gonna use. But we don't want to keep loading them up every single time somebody uses an emoticon. For example, we don't need to load 12 different winky faces. Test infinity. We don't need to load 12 different winky faces if somebody puts 12 winky faces. We just need to load that one and display it 12 times. So you don't need to waste memory like reloading a winky face every single dang time. Twitch emoticon is the object that we will actually manipulate. It'll be what's going to appear on screen. So it's going to take an emoticon that exists and display it for us at a position in the program. So that's why I need to make both of these structures. I couldn't just make this emoticon structure the structure. So now that I've successfully made the emoticons, well, let's say I've started to make the emoticons. I'm going to attempt to define all of them first. So instead of this right here, I'm going to actually grab the directory the emoticons are in and try to load every single emoticon inside that directory first. So all of these I'm going to load up. Folder, new file. I know it says file, but it's really going to reference a folder. And it's going to be this folder right here. get. I think there's a get. Wait, no. There's an iterator for this. List files. Yes, that's what we need. So this is gonna list every single file in there, and we'll iterate through that. Folder.list files. And going through each of these will load them. We'll assume every single file, every single file in here, get absolute path, is an emoticon, which they should be. I don't think this can fail. If it does, we'll know, because it'll complain to us. It looks like it attempted to load everything. So what I'm going to do now is display every emote by creating a Twitch emote icon. Twitch emote, yes. Twitch emote version of every single one of these. At X position, let's say 8 plus int slot. Okay. 8 plus slot times, let's say most of the emotes are like 16 pixels wide. So we'll just skip 16s. Divided by however many rows we got. Let's say after 20 emoticons we go to the next row. So there's that. Wait, no, this needs to be modulus. Modulus! We are using it. Like that, and then we'll do this. Divide by 20. Like so. Times whatever this is supposed to be. 24? Wait. Yes, that's fine. Basically we're gonna display all of them in rows. That's not quite what I had in mind, but that kind of works. A plus slot times 24. Oh, I see what I did. This needs to be in here, not in there. Whoopsies. Wait, what did I just... Gosh darn it. And you need to be in there. There we go. So there's all our emoticons loaded in. Just like that. Beautiful. Every single one that I had in this folder. Which, I'm surprised it ended up being a perfect rectangle. That must mean I have... Let me see how many I have. 180. And I made rows of 24. So somehow that ended up being perfectly divisible by 24. Yeah, that's not right. It says 7.5. Did I goof, or am I just seeing things wrong? I don't know. I can't tell. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, there's only 20 in each row. Why are there 20? Oh, I actually wrote 20? Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense then. 108 divided by 20 is divisible. That means 9 rows of emotes. So yeah, all the emotes got loaded in, just like that. So that's how I can add more emotes in. Now it's time to figure out, now it's time to utilize these emotes. So that was our test of all the emotes. They all work. They're all loaded in. Now we have to make them all work. Alright. This is where things get interesting. And will probably take a little bit of thinking. For each emoticon I want to add, I have to replace a certain text inside the text object. This is our custom text object, the scrolling text. Our text variable is located right here. It's called message. And every time we find a kappa or a resident sleeper or whatever, we need to remove that from the string and then replace it with a certain number of spaces. The number of spaces is going to be based on how wide the replaced emoticon is. So, for example, just to exaggerate a little bit, Bible Thump is what looks like 30-something pixels, 36 pixels wide. Meanwhile, Angel Thump is probably like 90-something, 95 pixels wide. So obviously, the text will not be separated as much for a Bible Thump as it is an Angel Thump. And it will apply to all of these emoticons in the same manner. We have to provide more space for the wider icons and less space for the smaller icons. That makes a lot of sense, right? So, it's not actually too bad. And then we create the emoticon at the proper spot, and then we move it to the left over time. So in here, you can see we're already updating the scrolling text. We can also update the emoticons. So I'm going to go back into Twitch Emote real quick and create an update event for it. Or a run event for it, I should say. So every tick, every step, whatever you prefer to call it, will move to the left by the scrolling speed. Because it'll have to move at the same speed as all the text. And ideally, I want to do it before... I want to do it before the scrolling text, because the scrolling text will kind of update everything. Although now that I think about it, I think I have to repaint the screen for Twitch emotes as well when they get updated. No, that's in run at the repaint. I don't feel like writing a whole function to... I guess I have to. I could just repaint the entire row, now that I think about it. See, I wonder if it's faster. It might just be faster to call 3 repaints for the rows I'm updating, rather than all these small repaints in different spots on the screen. Obviously, all the little spots on the screen are going to be fine to update, but there's just so much more. I don't know. I think it's worth it in terms of optimizing your program. But man, it's so annoying to create every single time. Let's try to do it. I will try this again. So the reason why you have to repaint the screen is panel is to update that specific section of the screen. And here we go. So the X is either going to be its current X position, or so math.max, it's either X or 0. Y will be Y or 0. The width will either be the width of the emoticon, which I hope is not something that's hard to get. It's not. That's good. It's either that or... So math dot... whichever is smaller, I guess. Math.min. This or I need to think here. This requires a little bit of math. Paint.panel.get width minus x. So yes, that sounds correct. Or the height is same thing, but the height. Like I said, I really didn't want to do this because just getting through just thinking about what kind of logic you have to do and the math involved is kind of annoying. So I had to do a very similar thing to this yesterday, but I'll just demonstrate it one more time what's happening, walk through it, in case I can think of a bug as well. So here's our screen layout again. Pretend this is our program screen, and we're gonna have a little ball that, I wish I could use like a really fat brush to represent this, but, oh, maybe I can. Kinda. Not quite what I was looking for, I'll just use this. So. I wanted a fill. Apparently, oh, it's filled white. Okay. So here's our ball image, right? Here it is in the middle of the screen where it all should be drawn. So, in this case, it's going to use the maximum of x and 0, which is right here. So it's going to draw that. It's going to use that as the boundary. Good grief. It's going to use this as the boundary.
Well, now, really, when we go back then to falling in love.
Y. It's going to use that as the boundary.
And say it's crazy.
Here is where it gets a little tricky, because it's going to use the smaller of these two values. It's either going to use the width, which would be this plus this, that's the width of the image, or it's going to use its x position. It's going to use the size of the panel minus its x, which is from here to here. Now, obviously, you can see which one is smaller. Math.min will choose the smaller of the two distances, which is the yellow line, to use as what to cut. Now, if we look over here, this scenario is a little different. Here's our boundary. This is still the same. And here's our other boundary. But when we get to this boundary here, we can't draw anything outside the screen. That's just a waste. So we look at the x position to the panel, and we notice it's a very small distance to the panel compared to the width of the ball. This red line is smaller. So instead, the game chooses to draw everything in here. Only in this little rectangle. So like I said, I did this similar thing. So only everything in the yellow will be drawn, nothing else of this image, because everything else is outside the screen. So I did a very similar thing with the scrolling text yesterday to determine what needed to be updated. So that's what I just did here represents. It determines what part of the screen has to be drawn. It's a little daunting when you look at it at first. It makes more sense once you actually apply it. So that's how we have to repaint the screen in order to maximize it. Like I said, I could just say those three giant rectangles, those rows, I'll just update all that, but realistically, you want to save as many draw calls as you can to prevent lag. That's why games that are highly optimized are very difficult to do, because you have to do tons of mathematics in order to optimize them. Anybody could just say update the entire screen, but when you're talking millions of pixels and you're updating them thousands, so many times a second, you know? We're talking, like, I talked about this yesterday too. Like my screen, my resolution is like 1650 by 1050. That's over 1,700,000 pixels. And that's not even like a super large display. That's a moderate sized display, so we can use 1,500,000. Just as a small example, you need to update 1,500,000 pixels per second. And let's say your game needs to be 60 FPS, that's 90 million draw calls in 1 second. 90 million draw calls. Every single call has to happen ultra fast. If we had a full screen application for my monitor, it is, I can't even imagine a computer doing that. And yet it does do it. Just imagine larger monitors, or imagine more intense games where each of those pixels has multiple things happening to it at the same time. So you easily multiply that number up to the billions or trillions in terms of how many calls you have to do every single second. So it's a crazy thing to think about. It's not something people think about too often. I don't know if you ever thought of that. Like, tried to play a game, and every single pixel on your screen has to be updated. Alright, let's get back into gear here. So we have our scrolling emoticon. It's going towards the left. It needs to be destroyed just like our text objects when it's outside the screen. So this run is actually going to return a Boolean value. And it's going to basically be the same way. If X plus the emoticon width is less than 0, it's outside the screen. So we return false. Otherwise, we're good to go. We can keep this emoticon alive. So we return true in that scenario. And here we handle our Twitch emotes being deleted. Actually, now's a good time to demonstrate another nice feature of Eclipse for Java developers that are working on it. We can do what's called refactoring here. As you can see, we don't want to refactor everything, so usually when you do this you have to be a little careful. It's basically like a find and replace, but you see I just cut that text so that I can refactor this text. But here we can rename all these to Twitch emoticons, just like that. No, that's not what I want to do. Never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything. We don't want to refactor it. Refactoring means renaming. This is just a find and replace. Hopefully I can get a good example of refactoring later on. If you were to refactor that right now, I would have 2 arrays called Twitch emoticons, which is not what I want. So please ignore what I just said. I was trying to find a good example of refactoring, and I haven't been able to find one yet, so I was kind of excited to try that, but that's not going to happen. Not for a while, at least. Okay, so now I'm going to test emoticon scrolling. I'm just going to create one basic emoticon and see if it scrolls across the screen, which it should, and then disappear. Let's just use, I don't really care at this point. Let's use whatever emoticon 16 would be, and let's start at position 1050 and go from there. Alright, let's see it scroll across the screen. Alright, it's whatever that is. Such a weird face scrolling across the screen like that. So that's good. Can anyone explain to me what happened to Twitch's creative section? I've been having trouble finding my favorite programming streamers in the past weeks. Really? I don't know. I actually just started streaming recently. Hopefully you're listening, Kdex. But I've noticed too. I would go into the creative category, and I would just look, and I wouldn't find that many streamers, and I'm like, that's kind of odd, because I remember it being like super populated, and I don't know why it's not now. Oh, First Robux is running. I used to, like, it used to be a lot more populated, and I don't know what happened. I really don't. It used to be a lot more than that. That's a good question. I wish I knew the answer to it. You know, there is at least one website for programmers now. I can't... live coding? I want to say it's live coding. It is. Or Live EDU, as they renamed themselves. This one's kind of popular now for programming stuff. I never really got into it because I personally like Twitch, and I think Twitch is more convenient for everybody because of how it's grown. So it kind of sucks that people are... I assume some people are migrating to it. I haven't migrated. I don't really want to migrate because I love Twitch. I see. Yeah, talking about programmers specifically, there aren't that many. And I remember used to seeing a bunch. So I wonder what happened. I didn't even realize it put hashtag programming inside my title, that's why it appears twice. So I just kind of left it there. Because whenever you type programming into the thing you're trying to do, it pops up with creative. And then when you put it in, it writes hashtag programming after it. So it kind of just bundles it up together. I guess I should put myself under the programming group as well. Or community, whatever it's called. But I'm not gonna worry about that right now. It's very interesting though, how that occurred. Okay, so I just tested the emoticon scrolling. It is working, so I'm gonna delete that emoticon I just made randomly and start working on implementing them into our scrolling text. Yeah. I love Twitch too much, man. It's grown on me. I've been around since the days of Justin TV. Not this streaming account, but my old streaming account has been around for that long. I migrated when I wanted a gaming specific account, and so... Because Twitch TV didn't even let me stream on my old account, because it was not gaming content. So I had to make a new account for that. But, yeah, I've been around since the days of Justin TV, and now that's Twitch TV, it's amazing what it turned into from what it used to be. So, in order to figure out what we have to change, we have to look through our message and find all emotes that we could possibly delete. So, here's our get message. This is where things are going to get a little tricky. Wait, so I made a get message method? That's gonna be helpful. Cool. So this I can filter to what I need it to be. I guess I'll start with this. This is just the base message. So for each emoticon, we need to see if our text matches the emoticon's text and then replace it. For now, I'll just insert like a emoticon. Well, actually, I could just plop the emoticon right there just as a test, because we can do that. So I'm thinking of just doing that for testing purposes. I'll just do it this way. Get, wait, I don't have a get for the emoticon name. Whoops. I need a getter for that. We need the emote name, that way we know what string to replace with. Oh, it didn't capitalize this. Let's refactor that real quick. I don't like that. Yeah. That's... Oh, I can't even do it until I correct the syntax errors. What a shame. Wait. How? What? So it's just messing up on me. How odd. E.get emo name. Dot. So we're looking for any of these inside our base message and replacing them. Contains... Well, we can just do a replace all, honestly. I don't think I should be using regex though, because if I use regex, I'm gonna have to be a little careful. Yeah, I have to use replace with emote. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, I was checking for... Yeah, I was gonna check if it even contained stuff in it, but I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna bother right now. So... Let me see if that works. That should. We're replacing all emotes with the name emote, like Kappa. Should just display... Oh, nope, it doesn't. I wonder why. Let's find out. Oh, I know why. Because we didn't remove the file extension from our emote name. That's why. So, all my emotes are PNGs, I think. So all I have to do is remove that. Could do it either way. I'll just replace .png with nothing. There's a couple ways I could filter that out, but... Kappa. So, emote goes there. We just have to replace that properly. So now comes the harder part. What we have to replace it with is the amount of spaces required to fill that, fill the void for that, that thing. So, get space length for this emote. I guess we should just send the emote because we're gonna need more information for that. Get space length. All right. So I'm gonna use a string builder here. Spaces. Okay. So here's how it's gonna work. We're gonna add one space, and then we're gonna see if it meets our space requirements. Oh, wait. Yeah, we're gonna see if it matches the emoticon's width. Or at least if it's greater than or equal to the width. If it is, then we return the string with however many spaces we've built up so far. So, another thing I could do, and this might actually be better, is calculate that inside of the emoticon object. So I already know what the replacement, maybe I'll do that instead. That would be, calculating it in here and doing it every single time sounds like just a waste of processing power for no reason. I like that a lot better. So instead, this is going to be our space filler. It's going to start blank, but we'll fill it up. Alright. I like that a lot better. Have to be inside. Space filler. Alright, cool. This one's to be capitalized though. So here we'll calculate our space filler based on the program font. So I will transport, what did I call this? I called this a get space length. Yeah, I'm gonna transfer that over here. While okay, so we need to make a method to grab the text width, which is not really complicated. You see I already have a calculate string bounds font here. I kind of want to make this more generic though and make it accessible to more things. So I'm gonna actually move it to, I don't have a text utils file yet. I'm gonna make one. This particular method is very useful in general. If I ever need to calculate the width of a certain text for a specific private stack, would not make sense here. And then for these guys, text utils. There we go. There's one down here too, probably. Nope. That's just that. Cool. So now I have an easy way to calculate the width of the current string by providing the string, which is spaces.toString, and the font, which is paint.panel.programFont. While this is oh, this provides a rectangle, so we have to get the width of this. So this looks pretty ugly, so I think I can extract, wait. I'll do this in a moment. So while this is less than the width of the emoticon, alright, now I can turn this into a method. So a lot of times if I make a very messy method, or I make a very messy long line like this, I'm just going to break it down so that it doesn't look as ugly. So this is going to be called if or while space filled is smaller than image width. Literally calling it what it does. That way I understand what all this mess is. Then I don't have to have any confusion anymore. And it's this is a very powerful technique. You want to do this in your code as much as possible. That way later if you're looking at this code, if I was to look at this later, I'd be like, oh crud, what is going on here? I have to go all the way over here to realize I'm comparing widths. Well, right here, I just know space filled is smaller than image width. Oh, okay. So we're filling spaces, basically. Spaces dot append a space. Once the width is greater than the image size, we can return it. And that gets us our space. This should be a string. Oh, it's a character sequence. Right. So now we're calculating the space to fill right here. We can just replace this with get space filler. Oh, well, unless I screw up. Cool. So now we have room to insert our emote, and I think I'll just do it right now, right here. So we already know where our emote is supposed to go. It's gonna go wherever we're replacing this thing at. It needs to go exactly at the position we are replacing it at. So I need to find where the string is located in the string. And then I have to cut the string down to that and measure the size of that newly cut string and place an emote there. So I'm gonna call this generate emoticon, and I'm gonna pass it along the current message. And now this is where my if statement I was making earlier comes in. If it contains the emote name, we gotta put that in. We need this to be a we need this to be a while loop because we have to do this for each emote. If somebody puts multiples of the same emote, then Kipo. If somebody puts multiples of the same emote, we have to put this emote on screen multiple times. So, we're just gonna replace the first instance, and then we'll go from there. So generate emoticon, base message, we'll send the emoticon as well, so we know what we're doing here. Because, yeah, this gets a little messy, so that's why I want to split up into as many functions as possible. Go sneeze. Muted in time. Alright.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter test. Okay, we checked all 4 systems, and there you go on modulation, all 4, and team with a go. Roger, you're allowed to burn here also.
So
The surly bonds of Earth.
index of, wait, no, that's not, yeah. We want the index of whatever string we're looking for, which is this. And now that we know the position it's at, we need to cut it down. Substring from 0 to position. Now we're going to measure the width of this. Text utils dot calculate string bounds font of cut string. Paint dot panel dot font program font. Great. Oh. Returns a rectangle 2D. Get width. Perfect. So now we know the width. We can create an emoticon right there. Boom. You're going right there. So I don't actually have a create emoticon function, but I want to make one just in case. Create emoticon. Emoticon? Come on now. And I'll supply all the things required to make a Twitch emote here. The emoticon itself, the X position, and the Y position. Just in case I ever want to change up what I do with the Twitch emote, I want it to be in a function. In case I create emotes somewhere else later, and then I want to change how I add emoticons. Then I only change this function right here, and it applies it to all of them. Flexibility for like I said, I want to future-proof this code as much as possible. I need to be able to work on this later and add modules to it and stuff. So making everything as modular as possible, keeping all the references as isolated as possible will definitely help in the long run. So I'm trying to do some good programming practices here so that later I have less headaches to worry about. So we're going to create emoticon. It's emoticon E at position. So we know the width now. The height is just based on the scrolling text's Y position. Oh, these are doubles. So we're going to just round them down to integers. I feel like there should be more, but there really isn't. So we're just gonna try it now. See what happens. Oh, it won't even start. Get space length. Cannot be initialized. Probably because we didn't initialize the dang paint canvas yet, which is done right here. So let's initialize that first, please. Oh, still didn't work. We initialize the window. So I guess I have to do this, yeah, underneath here, because invoke later actually does other things later, asynchronously. So you can see now there's no error. That's good. Now let's try it. I'm gonna just try test first to make sure I didn't break the regular messaging system. Now I'm gonna try a kappa, just one kappa. And there's nothing there. Test kappa. I wonder if it's because there's nothing there or because the emoticon just doesn't appear. I guess the emoticon doesn't appear. Wait a second. I'm not even creating it at the right place. I need to do X plus the width and Y. Okay. So let's try that. I'm not even creating at the correct X position. So let's test it now. Kappa. No kappa. Test kappa. Nothing. Okay. So no emoticon still. Where is it? That's what I want to know. Either this part isn't working, or... Well, actually, I know this part is working, because it replaced the kappa with blanks. So it definitely should have gone to here, which means it did do generate emoticon. The only thing I don't know is where was this thing created? Let's find out. Let's output where the emoticon got created. Emoticon created at plus comma plus this. Let's see what that tells us. That would give us a hint as to what's going on. Emoticon created at 0, 0. Okay, that's interesting. Why would it create it at 0, 0? It must be because we haven't actually created the text object at the right spot yet. So it hasn't been moved. When the... Yes, 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 yes. I have not set the X and Y position here yet. I think I know what I have to do now. I need to tie the Twitch emote to a scrolling text object. And this way, X and Y are the X offsets and Y offsets to this text instead. All right. Text ref, I guess you could call it. So this is gonna change things up a little bit in terms of creating a Twitch emote. So now we need a scrolling text object. Oops. And then in here, we need to provide that. So we're gonna provide this to that. Cool. So now we have a reference to that. We just have to supply the width and a 0 here. And from there, we draw our emoticon relative to, wait, no, here. We draw our emoticon relative to our text's X position. All right, I like that. So then it's kind of, it's attached to our text object kind of. So we don't even have to do this part anymore. We just have to repaint that. Change to, what? Oh, these need to be integers, dir. All right, cool. I think that should do it. Now that they're tied to the scrolling text object themselves. Oh snap, we're getting somewhere. That's not quite where I want it because it's overlapping my name, but all right. Oh snap, we're on to something. Hello, Kipo. This is a kappa test. Kappa. Alright, we're on to something. Oh god. Oh god. What did I do? I broke it. Kappa, please. Well, it almost worked. It broke. I think I have to replace and then generate. Wait, no, that wouldn't work either. I need to get the position and pass it to here. That's what I need to do. Position. So this won't be necessary anymore. Instead, we have to grab it from here before we replace it, and then the spaces we replace with are, yeah, put it converted in here. I think that's why it's slightly off, just barely. So let me run that same test again. The hello Kipo, this is a kappa test, kappa. Let me see how that looks now. No, it's still off. Why is it off? I need to figure out why it's off. Like they're just ever so slightly off, just a little bit. Width is offset in relation to the text object. I wonder why it's off. It's either... So either this is wrong, or I messed up somewhere manipulating the string. Because if this is the position of where the word, like, kappa was before, that's gonna be that same position where the emoticon should be starting at. Which means we would have to get the width of the entire string. Maybe it's -1 because we don't include the position we started at. I'm trying to think if that's... Oh, there's an error? String index out of range. Okay, hold on. Generate emoticon. Wait. What do you mean that's out of range? Get message. We get message from a... What? Did somebody say something before I could... Okay. Test cap... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Test kappa. Rip. I feel like it has to... So, it has to happen before. For sure. So maybe... My guess is this is wrong somehow. I might have to output where it thinks it's drawing these and figure it out from there. Wait, that worked? Oh god, I messed that up, but whatever. So that doesn't work. So maybe it's the width that's screwing up? Let me try this. So kappa works, but kipo doesn't. What's the difference? Why does kappa work and kipo doesn't? Or it feels like kipo like screws it up. The only difference I think is the width of the sprite. I think kipo's 27 pixels wide. Kappa's 25 pixels wide. One I'm going to see the output of this. Space size for oh wait. Space size for emo name is space filler dot length. Alright. So for kappa, has 4 spaces. For Kipo, it's 4 spaces. So the amount of spaces is the same, but the size of the Capo Ross. Oh crud! It didn't filter. Well, I can fix that later. I'm not accounting for spaces yet, but I need to account for spaces. You'll only trigger an emote when there's a space on both sides, which is a very easy fix, but I haven't gone around to that yet. That way, no 2 emotes can be overlapping. So the space size is the same. I feel like... Let me see. Replace first with space filler. So it should replace it with 4 spaces. So I think the emoticons are placed in the wrong place. Because the size of the old text is going to shrink it down. And so when we get to the next piece of text in the string, what if, does this do it backwards? No, it does the first occurrence. Why is this not working? It works for Kappa, it doesn't work for Kipo. How does it, okay, let me try a couple, I guess I'll try different emotes and see how that works. Let me make sure it only gets replaced when there are spaces in between. Kappa Ross. Kappa Ross. Oh, or if there's nothing there. Okay. If there's... I think about how to do this real quick. So there's gonna be one of 3 scenarios. You either have nothing on either side and just the word itself, or you have nothing in front and space in the back, or you have spaces on both sides. So I guess we have to do a couple of conditionals. or it's at the very end of your string. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how you can implement this, because this gets a little complicated. So while emote exists in base message. Okay, we'll do it this way. So emote exists if it is standalone, no other if it is standalone, contains spaces on both sides, or contains spaces in front and ends the message with the emote. So those are the three conditions. So I think there was an easy way to figure this out. I think I remember there being a very easy way. Give me a moment to think. All the spaces. Alright, I'm gonna cheat and look at my old SIG IRC, because I know I solved this problem in a very easy way. I think. I assume I did. Emoticon. I have to find the emoticon first of all. Maybe I didn't do it here. I think I did it in here then. Or something. Man, where's all the attached image parent? Where's all the code, man? I don't even know. There had to be something I did to get my emoticon in there. Here we go. See, like, this is why I have to rewrite code, because this is just such a mess. I don't even know what's going on. So this is for creating the emote. What I want to know is, how did I make it so temp text search code? Let me look for search code. There's gotta be something here about that. So search code is just two spaces on both sides. And we search for it. So that must mean if emotes were standalone, how did I manage to do that? Did I even do that? I don't know. Temp text. Oh, I think I know what I did. To make this easier on myself, I added spaces to the beginning and end of the string. That way, even if it was standalone, there would be spaces on both sides so I can then detect it. That's what I did. So, temp string is just the base message with a space on both sides. That's pretty smart. Hey, what's up, Timo Gosu? Could you explain to me what you were referencing? Because I didn't catch your message while I was trying to figure this stuff out. Let's see, what did I talk about in the last few minutes? Was it my messy code from long ago? Or was it my scrolling emotes just being stupid and not working? I don't know, it's probably one of those two things off the top of my head from what I remember. So that's kind of smart. So off of this, we can say, okay, check the string. If it's got the emote string inside of it, contains space in front, the emote name, and the spaces like that. Oh, you got a troll personality. I see. That's cool. Trolly people exist in this world. I actually have somebody who is such a big troll that I work with. So, at my job. So, it's not entirely unusual. There's even trolly people in the workplace. It happens. So while emote exists, do that. I have a feeling that I might have to convert it up here, actually. I think I will convert up there. So, add spaces here. Then remove the spaces once we're down here. Place first. And replace the last. So we'll just do substring. All the way to there. Is this not a thing? Substring? There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just self-taught. I started programming when I was 10 years old. I started with Game Maker, which is what this old program I'm rewriting is based off of. I used that for quite a few years. Then I started learning other things. I started learning PHP. I started learning C++, C#. Eventually, Python, Java. I know quite a few languages now. Java's my current favorite. And it's the language I decided to rewrite one of my older programs in. Completely self-taught. So I'm 24 now, so it's been about 14 years since I first started programming. No degree, no intent on really getting one. I don't find programming for businesses to be very interesting or fun. If I was gonna program and make money off of it, I would just make my own business off of it, find something I like to do with it, and go from there. But it's purely a hobby, and really I want it to only be a hobby, because... Hey, Snicks. My job, it has nothing to do with programming. My job is a network engineer, so networking, cables and stuff. Nothing to do with programming. Which I think is a good thing. Because like I said, I don't do programming for a job. And I don't really want to. So finding something that's still computer related, kinda, but not entirely related to programming is probably a good thing. Why is my kappa up there? Oh, something screwed up badly. I must have cut... Whoops. I must have cut it at the wrong place, the string. Let me go back here. I must have cut this at the wrong... Oh. Wait. Yeah. I can't use base message .length because I cut one off already. So I need to subtract one. Didn't catch that. Well. Even my program threw a cap at me. I'm actually in the military, so I went through the Air Force to get my job. And it's gonna be great in the outside world as well. That's how I got it. So I would say I was pretty lucky. Let's try that again, the kappa. The kappa is now there, which is good. Test kappa. Test multiple kappas. Oh god, it replaced my kappa here, which is not what I wanted. That's not right. Oh, I see. I wasn't done though. So it still replaced that because I told it to. Whoops. Oh boy. Okay. So now I have to figure out all the spacing issues. What music is this? I don't know. It's just YouTube. It goes on by itself. Chill step. Some sort of chill step. It's pretty nice. I just have it on auto play. So hopefully YouTube doesn't end up where it might end up if I let it wander too far, but we'll see. Kappa? Oh, does Kappa Ross work now? Okay. I guess we'll find out. Oh, okay. Why are there Kappas here? What? Don't understand. What'd you do? You broke my program. Okay, I need to figure out what's going on there. So, let's see. Something is screwing it up. I think it's the... I think I'm seeing it now. I'm starting to see it. I'm messing with the emoticons in the wrong order. What we have to do instead is go through the string and read through it until read every position for every emote until we reach the end. I'm trying to think if there's a better way to do this. We know for a fact that an emote exists, so we know what we have to replace, but we're doing them in the wrong order with this code. And I think that's the problem right now. I'm like replacing certain emotes at certain times and not other emotes. So I gotta fix that. That's gonna be a little more rough. Oh boy. Yeah, this just got a whole lot more complicated. So I think here's what I'm gonna do. Each of these emotes is gonna be in a sort map. I think it's a sort map. I'm gonna double check. Sort map. No, I want what? Oh, a linked list. Linked hash map, I think. What is this? Sort by value. What does this do? I think I've done this before, somewhere. Some sort of sorted hash map. Where have I used this before? I feel like I've used it in my Minecraft plugin before. Let me do some deep thinking for a second. Sorted hash map. I don't know. I don't think so. Don't think so. But my idea is making a queue for the emoticons. So we'd replace each emoticon step by step. But they go into a queue, that way they're done in order. So we can make a list of emoticons we have to replace in the order they need to be replaced in. So let's get rid of some of this code for now. We'll start with just the position of the emoticon we have to replace. Or the emoticons? See, the problem is I don't know when we'll be done with looking for all emotes to replace. Let me look at how I did this a long time ago. See what old Sig did to solve this issue. I think we just did it. For every emote, which is what we're doing right here, for every emote, we're searching for the emote. If we find it, we replace it. And then I don't know what that is. That's something. Wait a second. Move back. Good God, these variables though. These variables are killing me. They're the widths of oh, so they're the width of the old string before it was replaced and the new one, and then with every single emote that is in there, they get moved back. Does that make sense? Let me think. No, it really doesn't. Realistically, if we put 4 emotes back to back, with this code, oh man, this is quite something. Let me see, I guess I could figure out if the positions are correct by generating the emoticon at that spot and just using a placeholder or something. Okay. If I do this, then I'll be able to tell, I think. I just have to be careful not to create an infinite loop or something, which should not happen right now. So I'm gonna try this. So I should make it still say, oh, never mind. Test. I think I replaced it, that's why, with space filler. Yeah, see, stuff like that does not make sense. Like, we would only replace, oh wait, I didn't even include this part, did I? With the space filler. Yeah, I haven't. Let me keep testing code. Seems like Kappa should fit right there, but instead it is outside. So the Kappa emote needs to be backed up. Wait, I don't know. That really doesn't make sense, though. Like, if we make enough space so that there's room for that emote, then the next emote that appears should not cause it to be jerked way over there. Pretty sure size between those two are not that different. What did I do here earlier? Yeah. Space size for... Oh, wrong place though. Let me just take a look at that again. Space size for Kappa Ross is 4, space size for Kappa is 4. They both add 4 spaces. So it takes the index of this. Hey, Cryptic. Kappa Claus. Gosh. Why do these emotes have to be so frustrating? This is gonna take up like so much time to figure out, just to measure everything and figure out the pixel values of what these are supposed to be and why they're not working. God. I'll get through it. I'll figure it out. It's probably gonna be something dumb that I'll have to stare at code for a while for just to figure it out. Yeah. I've been testing the emoticons. Unfortunately, it's still not going well yet, which saddens me, but we're getting there. I guess I need to start outputting more stuff to figure out what's going on. Width of cut string. I'm gonna add these so I can tell where it cuts off. Is okay. Test Kappa. Width of test is 49, so it puts it there. Test Kappa. Good God. Kappa, test, Kappa, Ross, test, Kappa. Oh. I see why it's way out there now. It had Kappa while the text said Kappa Ross. So I have to clear out the spaces before I add the emotes. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, I got this. So I need to make like an emote holder. A list of all the emotes I need to add and their positions in here. So I can use a hash map for that. Wait, can I use a hash map? I don't know. The key would have to be a number. So integer. And the value would be the emoticon itself. Yes, emoticon. Hash map integer emoticon. So the emote holder list. So a hash map lets me link two elements to each other, which will be great for this scenario because this is exactly what I have. So we'll find it and replace it. Store, put this position with this emote. Do that for everything. Then go through our list of emotes in here for emoticon e in emote holder list dot key set. Oh wait, integer I in key set. Aha, I'm figuring this out now. Generate emoticon at position I for this base message with emote holder list dot get I. Yes, I think that's it. Looks complicated because it is complicated. Test kappa. Test kappa Ross, test kappa. Uh-oh. Something errored out here. 02 position. Does that position not exist anymore? Oh, maybe it doesn't. It has to be. Yeah, that sounds right. Hold on. Let me think for a second. For all of these, well, okay, wait. Yeah, there is a flaw with this. Oops. What I have to do instead is I don't know. That's a little annoying. Emo holder list. Well, okay, so we know the order they have to be done. Well, oh, maybe that's what I'll do. Just store it this way. Emote holder list. We stored the order. The emoticons have to be interpreted. And then I will just replace them one by one that way. Once we know the order, I guess. No, that wouldn't. Oh, I'm stuck at this like impossible scenario. Oh, I'm like so close to the solution, but I can't quite grasp it. Here's the issue right now. I have to iterate through all my emoticons to figure out what I have to replace, right? So when I type something like test kappa Ross, test kappa, the program has to check for these emoticons in a certain order. Let me add one more kappa Ross just to demonstrate this better. When it decides to go through and figure out where to insert emotes, it's gonna choose one emote. So let's say it chooses to look for kappas first. So it looks in here and says, oh, this is kappa. So I'm gonna replace an emote there, or leave some space. And then it keeps going. It says, oh, there's a kappa there, so I leave some space, right? That sounds simple enough. So we insert the emotes in here, but you'll notice kappa Ross has not been touched yet. So now there are two emotes here in these spaces. And then we move on to kappa Ross. The program sees kappa Ross and says, okay, so I'm gonna take this out and replace it with the size of kappa Ross. And take this out and replace it with the size of kappa Ross. Look at what happened to the size of the string. The kappa image should be right here. And this kappa image stays right here. So this is lined up fine. But this kappa image is now over here. While kappa Ross is now sitting in here and here. So you can see why this is a problem, because I'm trying to modify it at a different time. What I should be doing is going through every word. Why didn't I think of that? Go through every word. I should have done that in the first place. Dang it. I just literally said the answer by walking through it. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we have to divide this up into words. And then we'll replace it word by word by going through each emoticon that way. Dang it. I should have figured that out sooner. Alright. So we're gonna call this replace message with emoticons. We'll send the base message. That's all we need for now. Alright. Oh, we should probably return the base message as well. Alright, so let's start messing with this. We're gonna check for each word. We're gonna have a marker. This is gonna determine the position it's at, while marker is less than base message dot length. Find a space. First we have to find a space. The first space. Int position or space is base message dot. I know there's a way to get the index of from a certain point. So the index of a space starting from the marker. Returns the index within the string of the first occurrence of the specified substring starting at the specified index. Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. And we already added spaces at the beginning. Okay, good. So we find a space, and then we say, okay, everything up to that next space is our word. String word is... well, yes. Substring from marker to space. Wait, is that right? Find the first space, go to the second space. That's what we need to do. So marker should really start from the first space. So we're gonna see what this says now. I'm just gonna output it for now. Word is plus word. I'm gonna make sure I'm iterating through the words properly. We're just gonna return the base message for now. I'm just curious if it's gonna interpret the words right. This is a test string. Word is, oh god, infinite loop of doom. Alright, that's what I was afraid of. That's fine. Oh, I see. So word is word. And then marker equals space. And then we continue from there. From marker. So it's either marker plus 1 or let's find out. This is a test string. Okay. It definitely must be plus 1. Word is this. Word is, word is a, word is test, word is string. And then the string index is out of range. If space is greater than 0. Otherwise break, we have no more spaces to work with. Alright. Oh. Okay. This is a test string. Alright, so it successfully split up my string this time into spaces, which is perfect. I think it split it up by including the space in front and back as well. So we need to strip those out first. But let me verify that. We're onto something though. Okay, it's only at the beginning. There is a space, so I need to remove that part before I can analyze it. Marker plus 1. Alright, cool. So now that we split up the spaces, we can analyze each word and see if it's an emoticon. So we're gonna go through our list of emoticons. Equals ignore case. Word. Then this is an emoticon. So we replace that right there and then before continuing. So we do the same thing we did here. Replace this part of the base message with the space fillers. Then we say, okay, generate emoticon right at the spaces here. This should just say emote name. And we can generate the emoticon at the marker. Marker plus 1, the base message. I don't know why we need the base message. I think it's for and the emoticon itself. Then we break. We can only have one possible emoticon for every single word, so we don't need to keep looping if we find one. This is a test string kappa. Alright, so it did produce a kappa there. Now we're gonna do, this is a test string, this is a test string. So far, so good. Beautiful. Okay. I think it's working. But I need to test more. The kappas did not work. That's interesting. That must be because I'm replacing both sides of the spaces. I think. Let me think about that for a moment. We're splitting it by spaces in each. Let me see what it says for word is whatever. Word is kappa Ross. Word is kappa Ross. It ignores the kappas for some reason. Word is blank. Why is word blank? Probably because it fills it in with blanks. But then... Okay, well, let's cut out this part for now, so we have a little less clutter to deal with. So if we replace an emote with the space filler, then we can adjust our marker by that much, I think. Interesting. That's not what I'm looking for. There. Oh, I see. That's why that happened. Let's be underneath. That part just saves us some time, but it's still not detecting kappa for some reason, so I need to figure out why. Let me see what the string looks like after I replace it. Oh, I know what's happening. We need to back up when we delete some of this stuff. That's what's happening. We need to back up to the position our marker was at. Marker is space, but now space... Ah, yes, yes. Now space is at a different position. So we have to check for that. So there should be, technically be a lot more quote-unquote words. Oh god, what happened? There we go. Okay, that's good news. That's good news too. Okay. What's a fat emote? You're a fat emote. I'm just gonna put emote since if they show up, they should show up. Okay, good. Good, it's working. So, with that being said, now that I finally fixed all that, my next goal is to line up the emoticons a little better. So, okay, that's good. So that's a very long string. Kappa, kappa. This actually lags, I think. Holy moly. I think it lags. Why though? Well, I have two theories. One is the repaint calls is happening for every single one of these, or alright, well, I'll find out in a second once this disappears. If it is that, or if it's... Holy moly, there's so many! Does it still run if I just minimize it? It should still run. So obviously that was kind of a stress test type of deal. For something that long, it does cause lag, which concerns me slightly. As they disappear, it appears to get better. And then once that disappears, it's fine again. Just fine. Kappa. Yeah, now it's fine again. So it's that really long string. I'm guessing what's happening is where we draw the string or where we repaint. I don't know if it's where because we're repainting or because we're drawing text that's that large. I can't tell. So I'm gonna see if it's the text first. I'm gonna remove this and I'm gonna run what I just did, but without redrawing the text. Doesn't even update, I don't think. It's there, but it doesn't update. I kind of thought the Twitch emotes were updating, but I guess not. They are in here though. So my next idea was to try what I said earlier. It might be faster just to repaint a row instead. But it could just be the object merely existing that's causing the lag too. I'm kind of curious to try the update here now. The repainting here, at least. So it starts from 0, and it goes to the extent of the screen. Well, Y position. To the extent of the screen. whatever the height of this is gonna be. I don't know how tall it should be, but 96 sounds like an okay number. Test. Oh, wait. Yep, that would explain it. Okay. Test. I thought that would explain it, but it apparently doesn't explain it. No, this should be a width or a height. So that seems correct. Did I screw something up? Where is anything? I removed the repaint. But I still have the draw stuff in there. I didn't touch any of that. Okay, this is back. Why is it that I can't just repaint here? Time to make it lag. Yes. Lagging. Okay. I'm gonna see if this is what's causing it. Oh, hey. What do you know? That's what's causing it. Just too many draw calls. Go figure. It's similar to... It's a similar reason to why my old client lagged as well when I did that. So what could be done about this is I could use a font with the shadow included, which is what I've done in the past. It's not too difficult to do. I would just have to figure out how to add my font into the dang thing. Let's see what we got here. If you include a font file, you can use the font in your application via the method described here. So you have to actually make a font. I actually never have made a font file before. In all honesty. What if I just take... Let me think here. Because this is like super... Is there a way to draw a... Let me see if there's a way to draw... JPanel drop shadow. Set shadow color. Oh, this looks good. Well, kinda. Let's see what we got. So it kind of does what I did, except it only does one. Kind of looking for like... Alright. I have another idea. We can do... Alright, Cryptic. See you around. Hopefully. Yeah, right now I need to experiment with this. See what the best solution I can come up with would be. Test. What the heck? It's probably because the other font is so thin. Let's see. I don't know, how would that look? Time to spam the chats again. I just realized this doesn't even show up for the most part because of the settings. I don't think there's another way to really do this. I feel like it shouldn't lag that much just for that. I don't know, but I couldn't say for certain because every time I've implemented this function, it's always caused lag. Can't think if there's any other way to do it. Font and a fine transform. That might be where I have to look into. Java 2D transformations. Holy moly. Huh. This one doesn't use font glyphs. Let's see. It uses... You just get the outline? Wait, really? Text layout, huh? So we would need a font render context. This font dot get font render context. And we need font string. Okay. String is message. So can we just draw the shape? No. I guess knowing what a shape is would probably be helpful. Definitions for object that represent a form of geometric shape. Huh. So let me try to figure this out. I want to see it, and then I want to figure out what is going on. Oh, I forgot 2 things. What is this font? Wait, this isn't a... Oh my. This isn't a graphics 2D. Well, I'm dumb. I didn't even follow the... Holy moly. There is a thing there. So that's just the position, the translation. Interesting. Okay. Why doesn't this work for the other type of text? Right now we're displaying this, right? So why doesn't it work for both types of text? Can we just do that? think this clipping area. Whoa, wait, what? What? Interesting? What was that? Let me see what this looks like. I'm trying to get a feel for what it's doing here with this. So that's probably, yeah, that's putting it up there. Okay. The transformation is for a translate, which makes sense. This is kind of crazy. How they managed to do that. Wow. I'm pretty fascinated by that. Okay. So if I take this, create a glyph vector of that. So let me delete all this now. Go back to the basics. Oh man. I'm so lost in this. This is crazy. I guess I'd be looking at this instead. Let me try this. So you can just cast it to that, no problem, huh? Let's see what that looks like real quick. I assume it would be exactly the same. Yes, it is exactly the same. Interesting. Glyph vector. Oh, we need that darn font render context again. Why those numbers get outlined with that offset? I don't understand. Does that even do anything? Well, something's over there. I guess I'm just gonna copy this part because I have no idea what those extra numbers are for. I understand the basic boundary part though. Whoa. Oh, snap. We're onto something here. Okay. So that's the offset of the text. Can I just do this? Oh yes, I can. Okay. Oh snap. Think we're getting somewhere? Oh yes. That's exciting. Oh wait. Whoa. Slow it down now? Gets worse over time. It's possible it's because we keep creating more of these. I kind of want to try this, but without having to recreate it a bunch. Let's see what happens if I just do all this. So the shape, let me think, the shape, I don't know. I feel like the more I do this, the more I realize we need like some way to limit the output or something. If it's too long, just display it normally or something. I don't know. I gotta figure out a solution to this. There's also this. Which I think is mostly to change how it's rendered. Oh, how it looks, that is. Yeah, it looks pretty good. But I think that, yeah, I think the issue is with like really long text. We can't just handle all that text like that. We have to cut it down or something. Could just make multiple scrolling text objects, maybe. I didn't think of doing that. Splitting it up. Displaying them one after the other, or something like that. Or only displaying a certain amount of text, like really, how much text do you need, you know? We can cut it off at some point and say, hey, that's all you're gonna do. I think that's a fair compromise. We don't need to display if it's ultra large. Like, what's the max we should do? Either that or display it differently. Because I know I can display this, no problem. So I'll do it this way. I think that's a fair compromise. Okay. That's not bad. So that's in there. I could also just drop down the rate at which it runs. I mean, that's always a possibility. Drop down frame rate. But like, it's not really that noticeable, you know? Like, it really isn't. Or the rate at which it gets done. Okay, I need to cut out some debug messages here. keyboard is blank, don't need that anymore. Twitch emote, loading, don't need that anymore. Cool. Let's see if I can make the emotes display underneath. Yeah. Yeah, I have to add in new emotes. I wonder if I should do that right now. I kind of want to write the thing that automatically fetches emotes. Kind of want to learn to do that, because that would be nice to learn how to do. I really want to do it. So all these emotes here, they're all directly accessible for the most part. It's just a matter of grabbing them. Wait, are these? Yeah, these are transparent, right? Yeah. So if I can just grab this web page, I can go from there. What's filter generator? Huh. Okay. Oh, API. Let me see this real quick. Are these mapped to... Let me see what these look like real quick. These are mapped to the emoticons directly? Maybe I can just use JSON files. There is a JSON reader for Java. Yeah, the JSON library. Yeah, I'm gonna read this real quick. This will be very nice to know. Then I can just grab these instead of relying on the dang on parsing the whole web page. Oh, I'll be right back. Okay. So let me download or retrieve this. Crud. I would have to get the file. Alright, let's see. Let me looking up how to download something from a URL real quick. Makes sense. Copy URL to file. Sounds easy enough. Wait a second. I might need to grab it specifically from this package. Hold on. Wait a second, do I actually have a... Oh, I have a file utils in here already. I need to grab org.apache.commons.io file utils. Oh, it actually imported itself, it's just... I need to reference it that way because I already have a file utils. There we go. I think. Why not? Oh, these are built into... Huh. There must be another way to download files. I mean, it probably just has something to do with this right here. Oh, let me get my phone charger real quick. New URL, open stream, reads it, close. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I should have figured it would be something simple, like opening the URL, and from there working it. Let's see if we can add these into here real quick. We need JSON. Oh wow, so I need to actually org.json library. So I'm guessing I can just make a package with all these. I don't know where they went. Probably at the way bottom. Maybe. I think it's actually loading. It has to sort all of it first. And then I'll be able to figure out where... Oh. I guess they're up here then. Maybe. Or not. Good God, what have I done? Okay. Let's try this again. Can we just extract? Well, I guess I have it now. Assume that's just a standard input stream. Oh my goodness. Read all. Read JSON from URL. So with this, it'll give me an object that I can then use. I liked this page. So now to figure all this out. So they're likely to be JSON arrays. Okay, well, perform emote update. Twitch emote update. It's gonna be way up here before anything else happens. JSON object Twitch emotes is fileutils.read JSON from URL. The URL is this guy right here. And I probably have to import that. There we go. I need to download this so I can see the dang file myself. I can't even tell what's going on in here. Let's look at this thing. In Notepad++, because that's way easier to work with. Alright. Why is it all in one line though? That's not good. Can't see much if it's all in one line. Let me wrap it. Word wrap. Alright. So we got And then that puts us in here. And now we can grab the image ID, which is an integer. Okay, int image underscore ID. And now that we know the ID, we can grab it from this URL here and download it. We should just grab the small one though. Not the big one. Small is the normal size, right? How we see it in Twitch chat, yeah. So we should be grabbing the small versions of these, not the large emoticons. We don't need those. Unnecessary. So then I have to download from a file. Oh, you know what? I can actually grab the emote via URL, I think. Instead of here, instead of new file, I think I can do, hold on, let me try this. Image.io.read from a URL. We can. Oh, that is exciting. I want to try it that way. So maybe I won't do define emoticons. Instead, I'll... Oh wait, we have to do it here. Let's do it in here. Okay. Perform Twitch emote update. So grab the ID. Now we can grab the URL. So let me grab the template here. It's JSON object template list. This is a little hard to figure out because I have to think about it. I'm not used to doing this, but JSON object template. And now that we're in there, we can grab the small template.
When the game runs like this, the only thing you really know is what you can put into words.
Template URL.
Let's suppose I love some girl.
Template list.
Rapture.
Get string.
And somebody says to me,
Small.
"Do you really love her? Well, how am I going to prove this?" Well, say, write poetry.
So now,
Tell us all how much you love her, and we'll believe you.
emote URL is the template URL, but we replace image ID with
You really do love her.
this guy.
Supposing you're not very articulate. Are we going to tell
ID
you you don't love her?
dot to string. Make it a string, please. There we go. So, and then once we have the emote URL, we can download it from here. So instead of this is old code. I'm gonna try downloading it instead. Well, oh, actually, I have a better idea. URL. URL and emote name. Alright. So this we're not gonna use anymore, or we shouldn't use. This is like deprecated. That's old stuff. We're gonna try it this way. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna attempt to download it if it can't find it. Alright, so if file.exists and the image path is actually this file image path. So this is online path. This is where it's currently stored. So if we already have downloaded it, then we don't have to worry about plus emote name dot png. So if we can find, like, for example, forehead.png inside if we can find forehead.png, we don't download it. We only download the stuff that is new. So if file exists, we just read it. File.get name. Otherwise, download it from online. So then we'll do this. Cannot find emote plus emote name. Downloading from server. And then it'll be an image is image io dot. Oh my gosh, stop it. Read from online path. Image dot. I think we can save it. We should be able to, like, save it or something somewhere. I would hope so. Maybe image.io has something. Right. Rendered image. What is a rendered image? To file. Oh, it works, I think. What is format name? A string containing the informal name of the format? What? Hold on, let me look this up real quick. Image.io Java swing. Not image.io. Image.io dot write. Actually, let me just look up image.io Java. io dot write. So here's write. A string containing the informal name of the format. I don't understand what the format name is. Whatever, I'll just try to write it and see what happens, you know? YOLO? Never know, it could work. It sounds like it's not important to define that properly, so I'm not gonna bother with defining that properly, but now that we have this, we can try to add to our emoticons list. Emoticons list to add new emoticon. It will be based on the emote name is emotes, comma, online path is emote URL. String URL. New URL. Okay. So that's that. This is good. Downloading from server. Downloaded. Get. I will actually just saved to plus file dot get name. Cool. Let's see if that works. I don't know if it'll work, but we can try. Well, it says it did stuff. Let me see. Do we have more emotes in here? There used to be 180, right? There's still 180. Okay. But how many emotes did we download? Refresh. Yeah, it's still 180. So nothing got saved in here. But do they exist? Okay, let me find. Okay, so vote nay is an emote that didn't exist before. Does it exist now? I guess not. No pointer. Oh, I didn't specify the emote name, did I? Whoops. Oops. That's my bad. Dang. Oh, yeah. That one was my fault. But they don't exist, so I guess they're gonna be downloaded every time until I figure out how to save them properly. But it did download it, so it can download stuff from online. That's really cool. You can download the emotes. Alright, not bad. I just don't know how to save them. Format name, maybe it's like PNG or something? Let me try that. Oh, it added them. Okay, so the next time I run this, sweet. Now I downloaded all the new emotes. Awesome. I did it. Woo! So anytime Twitch updates its emotes now, my program will download any new emotes to here, and they'll be available to us. That's exciting. I like that. Alright. We're getting places. Woo! I know, I just wanted to test that. So I'm gonna reorient the emoticons a little bit because I feel like Well, I don't know. Maybe they're okay. Couldn't tell you for certain, but... I'm definitely pretty happy with what I've been able to do so far tonight. But there is still so much more! Yeah, we still got quite a bit to work on. But, hey, it's progress, you know? You can't do everything in one day. I really like that though. The fact that I'm now auto-downloading all the emotes from the Twitch server. That's pretty dang awesome. JSON format is actually pretty nice. I like how simple it is, really. What else should I do? Oh, here's another easy thing I can do for tonight. I need to write the files to log files, or I need to write, the chat to log files. So every time somebody says something, I need to be able to log it to a file, which shouldn't be too hard. In fact, I think I can just reference something from my two-side keeper here, my Minecraft project. I probably have like a right to file or something. File. Oh god. Oh, huh. Yeah. Should I put the name higher? Maybe I should put the name higher. I don't know. It's the emotes actually. Maybe I should put the emotes lower. I don't know. I don't think it matters that much. I can change it later if I want to. Right to file or something like that. Let me see. No. Let me just try file. File. No, in here. Oh my gosh. I can't believe you can search that thing. There's gotta be like a... Oh, there's a log to file. What's the difference? Message and file name. I assume this one would be a lot more useful. Don't I have like a file utils as well? If I don't, I really should. Well, apparently I don't have a file utils for my Minecraft server, so whatever. This means append? Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna take this guy, add it to my file utils down here, log to file. I need to actually make a file equals new file name. So redundant, it feels like sometimes. File, make directory. Alright, cool. So there's that. There's something else. Oh, so the log file is going to, what the? We don't need that. The log file is going to log to a file with the date that it was logged on. So if we go to logs, you see right here, my old log files looked like this. So I need to make in the same format, which should be very easy to do I'm trying to think what my old log files. It doesn't matter. Alright. Let's make that happen real quick. So we have log to file. Every time somebody sends a message, where are we? Where's the message? Scrolling text. So after we parse our message and whatever get message is gonna do all this craziness with its emotes, we're gonna go ahead and log it. So log message to file. Alright. So literally file utils.log to file. The message will be message. The file name is log underscore we don't use date anymore. We use, what is it called? I used a date in here for one purpose. I'm gonna go look that up real quick. It had to do with the sales. Let me see. World Shops, I think. That's what it was. It was like World Shop. The default price. And we got the World Shop price by looking at this. I remember the price, the deal of the day would be based on generate item deal of the day based on the date. Okay, here we go. Calendar. So you'd make a calendar and then you can get the year and all that good stuff. Okay, that's easy enough to do. Calendar is new. It's just new calendar. Oh, calendar.get instance. Cool. Cal dot, what do we want? We want, wait, I wasn't done with that file. Oh great, now I have to go find it again. Cal.get calendar.whatever. So we need the month, day, year. Month. Day of month. Day, or not day, year. Okay. So that's like really simple. Dot text. So it's easy enough to write to that log file, but if it doesn't exist, then wait, okay, so every time we, oh, I have to write the username too. Username plus a colon plus the message. There we go. Every time I restart the program, I'm gonna add these. So when I end the program, I know there's a way to, I think it's just system, run something on system exit. Run something on system exit Java. Or not system exit, program exit. Use runtime.get runtime.add shutdown hook. Shutdown hook. Registers a new virtual machine shutdown hook. Oh, it requires it. Well, duh. Okay, how about this? Java swing events. What events do we have? I think there is an event for closing the program. Close program event. Oh, that's what you can do, huh? New thread that way. Okay, I can do that, I think. Runtime.get runtime. Add shutdown hook, new thread. Override run. Oh, crud. So do this, the log to file, but for with a bunch of dashes. I think that should end up working. Dashes. Just a bunch of them. And this can be add exit event. Okay, there we go. Done. So this is here. And then, uh-oh, you can go away. Let me see. So I'm gonna test the logging. What's today? 24th? Yeah. This will go in the log file. Did it work? It didn't work. Never mind, it did go in the log file. Did I screw up? Uh-oh. I think I forgot to add in the whole directory part of this. So I've been typing this part a lot. I think I need to make a string base directory. I should have done this way earlier. Made a base directory for this stuff. So this is our base directory, our SIG IRC thing. So I can write baster plus token.text. So down here I have to write baster plus logs. And here I would have to write baster plus, oh wait, paint.baster plus logs. Also, I shouldn't call this paint anymore. I should call this what it actually is. Alright. So there's a good chance to refactor. We're not calling this paint anymore, we're calling this SIG IRC. So it's gonna change the name of everything from paint to SIG IRC. That's probably gonna be a little annoying to type compared to paint, but yeah. It really should be called SIG IRC and not what it was before. Also, we have to find any instances of this in our project and replace it. Can I replace? I thought there was a way to replace from here. Oh, replace. Here we go. Oh no. Wait. Replace text matches. Oh, hey. Replace it with sig IRC dot base dir. Okay, don't do it here. No, we're not doing that. Don't do it there. That's fine. That's fine. Wait a second. That's not right. Okay. Hold on. Here's what I need to do. So we need to take this with the apostrophe there. Or did I say apostrophe quotation mark and put that instead? Preview. Alright, so now, yes, now that would be correct. Let me double check that directory. It should be CRC emotes. Yep, that would be correct. The only one I don't replace is this. We don't want to do that. Okay, do it. Woo! Yay! Alright, let's run it. I don't know where the other log file ended up going to, but this will actually go in the log file. Never mind. What do you mean parent and child? What? That doesn't make sense. Oh my goodness. What do you mean if not filed? That doesn't even make sense. What? Okay. Never mind. Maybe this one will actually work. Hold on, I need to add one more thing here. I need to add like a new line. A new line. I forgot to do that with the chat anyways, so we have to add a new line here as well. New line. So we add a new line, a blank, and then another new line. There we go. That's fine. Whee! Alright. Okay, I am positive this will actually go in the log file for real. Oh my god. Access is denied? What do you mean? How is access denied? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Why is it a folder? No wonder access is denied. Also, the year is 1 for whatever reason. That's not right either. The year is not 1. I'm pretty sure. What did I put? I put year. Get greatest minimum? What is that? What? Okay. That's just silly. How'd I goof that one up? Holy moly. Alright, one more time. This will most definitely actually go in the log file for real. I think it finally did it. This isn't even the same log. Hold on. Where are we? What do we... Why is it... What? 2? It's like 1 month off? So January is 0? What? What in the world? Okay, +1. +1. Apparently January is 0. Wait, is today... 24th. 24th. That doesn't make sense. Okay. I'm surprised stuff like that actually can occur. This will go in the proper log file. Please go in the proper log file. Thank you. And then I can close this file and it should write. Oh, it doesn't write the ending thing. Maybe I'll just write at the beginning then. If this add shutdown hook does not even properly work, then I'll just go do it. Just call this write break to log file. Okay, so if this file does not exist, first of all. What's wrong? Oh. No, really, what's wrong? Let me see. Add a thing. No? What? Wait. Log to file. Doesn't have a thing here. Have a thing there. I'm confused. Okay. So you add those. So what's this? Public stack void right. Oh, I see. Well, that was dumb. So this, we're gonna check file. File is new file. Okay. If file.exists. So if the file exists, we just line break it from our last time. Right break to the log file. If it doesn't exist, we don't care then. Cool. So let's open this up. And it should just start by writing a break for us. Nice. I'll go, okay. Hello world. Hello world. Hello world. Why are there like 10 million line breaks? I don't want that many line breaks. Okay, let's just get rid of a line break, I guess. We don't need that many. I didn't think the message would come with the line break, but apparently it does. Alright. This is a test string kappa. 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 Much test strings kappa. Word wrap. Go away. Alright. Wait. Oh, the emotes don't show. I need to do that for the... It's good to have emotes for logging purposes. So let's get that fixed. Get message already... Get raw message, maybe? Okay, I think it's already a raw message, so let's just log it at the beginning. There we go. This should be better. Cool. What do you mean null? Oops, I messed up. We don't need that now. Huh. Okay. Close that. 11. Alright. I think we're good to go now. XD. XD. Alright. It's good that we're testing the program. Alright, I think we're all good now. Everything's squared away. I've got logging down. I've got test message. So logging's good. Emotes are good. Emote automatic updating is good. We got so much done today. Wow. I'm very happy with the end result. What's tomorrow? Saturday? Let me look at what I wrote for my... So, tomorrow, I'm gonna start working on the Touhou mother side of my program, because now all the chat parts of my program are done. So what's next is to work on the Touhou mother stuff, to prepare for Touhou mother speedrunning. So that is the plan. I don't have programming in my... The schedule doesn't even start until the 26th. That's officially when my program should be ready to go and done. So I'm gonna start working on the Touhou mother speedrunning stuff tomorrow. And that's gonna be great. I'm glad this chat program... Oh, let me fix the test thing. The test is unnecessary now. We should call this... Where is the... Here we go. I'm actually gonna make this a constant up here. This is the window title. It's gonna be called SIG IRC v2. I really like how SIG IRC v2 actually turned out so far, and I look forward to implementing more features with it in the future. It's working out very nicely. Oh, I have to do sounds. Can I do that now? I should do that now. Does Swing have sounds built in? Sounds. I think it does. Playing back audio. Playback. Use a clip when you have non-real-time sound data that can be preloaded to memory. Okay, I can do that. You obtain a clip under getting a line of a desired type. What the heck? Audio input stream. Your sound.wave into an audio input stream. Turn it into a clip, open the clip and start. Okay. That doesn't seem too bad for a sound. I wonder if it supports MP3 though. You can play sound from online too? Interesting. Java sound playback using... Playback audio files using Java. Alright, well, I'm gonna try it and see how it goes. Oh, one of the core features I liked about my program was the ability to have custom sounds for different people too. We had a couple, and they would play every once in a while. So maybe I'll reintroduce that back in too. Let's get the basics down though. I guess I need to add sounds. I've got a sounds folder in there. And let me see. I need to find in my old downloads folder for my passport, I definitely had some kind of sound specifically for this. Let me see. Documents. SigoIRC. Documents. Where would it be? I don't even know where SigoIRC existed before this. I guess in OneDrive. I remember throwing it in here. I mean, yeah, it exists, but... Wait, it's not OneDrive? That doesn't make sense. Hold on. Where is SigoIRC? OneDrive documents, right? Try me to IRC. Oh, here! The 39 DLL, I remember now. So, sounds? Alright, let me listen. These should be loud enough, I think. Ping.wave. Hello? Oh, there we go. Ah! It's been a while since I heard that sound, huh? Yes, that should be the sound. Why does it open in Groove? What the? Open with VLC, always. There we go. So there's that. Oh, that's quiet. I don't think I want to use that. What? Oh, it's just like one little beep. And then we have Samus, we have, who was this? Monkey Man. That was Kiro, please. Okay, cool. But let's start with this ping right here. Try to get that going first. Alright, so I guess I'm gonna do an initialize sounds. Initialize, oh, it. I don't know if this can be constant or if I have to reference it every time. Let me try it this way first. What the? Why do I have the double repaint? Wait, is that gonna change anything? Test. The repaint was not necessary. Okay, so that's all good, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm dropping down the emotes too, so they're in line with the text. So, Twitch emote, we're actually gonna draw it a little bit down. So, it's gonna be this.y plus emote.getImage.getHeight divided by 2. So it's gonna be a little lower than it would be normal. Let me test. New emote position test. Kappa Kipo Bible Thump. See how that looks. New emote position test. Now they're too low. They need to be like a little higher. Let's see. New emote position test. Okay, now it's actually in line with the text, so that's good. Hello world. Okay, yeah, that's a lot better. Very nice. Alright, cool. I'm happy with that. So trying to initialize sounds. They're making it sound like I just have to call it every single time, which is unusual because I'm not used to that, but I'll try it and see what happens. So when it's created, I guess we'll create the sound. Play message sound. So this is sig IRC dot base directory plus sounds ping dot wave. Get to import all this. Wait, really? Good God. Okay. Alright, let's try it. Testing ping sound. Oh, hey! Got testing ping sound. This is good. Hey, hola. Nice. Alright. Looking good, looking good. Wait a second. Oh, we don't translate the other smileys. I forgot about that. I could fix that real quick too. So some of the other smileys, because of file name issues, they actually have converted names. So like it's :D, like that. Yeah. That has to be converted, so yeah, I need to fix that. I can do that pretty quick, shouldn't be too long. I actually had the conversion formula in here as well. It's like ultra long, so I will just follow it to make sure I don't miss anything. It's literally this entire gigantic thing right here. We just have to replace a bunch of stuff, so yeah, we'll get to that. So down here, we will filter our message yet again. Base message equals convert message symbols. Alright. Base message to replace all no. Replace this slash with slash dot replace the colon with colon dot replace the backslash with the backslash dot replace oh, this is all gonna be equal to base message when I'm finally through doing all this. The bar with the bar replace greater than place less than wait, what? Replace hashtag with what is this? Whatever character 94 plus 33 is, which I have no idea. There's like one emote that uses that, right? It's like the kissy face thing. Let me see. I don't think that's right. Something uses that. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, whatever. We're just not going to include it because I have no idea what that is referencing emote-wise. So we just won't include it. Alright. So that should take care of that. Converting any of those. But let me test it. Make sure we're good. So I will do one of these. Oh, well, that didn't work. I think it's supposed to be so maybe it's both? Big O and small o? It doesn't replace it though. Colon O. Well, it's in there. Oh, I see. It doesn't get added to our list of emotes, though. There's gotta be another emote list. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick from Twitch emotes. So, robot emotes. I need to see if they're in the API. Emote set mapping. Let's see. Emote set mapping. Holy moly. Oh, this is like everybody that's ever subscribed. Holy moly. Subscriber emoticons. Global emoticons. Like, it's not in global emoticons. So I don't know how I'm supposed to get the generic faces. What I could do though, see, the only reason I did this before was because of the file names thing, but I could just make a separate thing to display those special emoticons. I can do that pretty easily. So I'll make that happen. It's not gonna be too hard. So I'm just gonna rename, let me see, how many are there? Sort by date. Alright, so you see all these. I'm just gonna rename all of these and go from there. So this is one. 2, 3, 4. Alright, cool. And then I'll go ahead and add these in to here. Alright, so let me see if I can... I forgot the names of these already. Alright. Smiley face. So we got smiley face, which is from... let's see. Wait a second. I have to write a new constructor here. Emote name, file name. So file name here. If file exists using file name or image path, then read. Yeah, emote name is emote name. Cool. So that's for this. I guess I'm just gonna call him. Let me see. So what's smiley face? 1. Okay, that was easy. Put this here. Put this here. Oh god, help me. Put this here. Alright, there we go. That's gonna help. Alright, and then we have the frowny face, which is number 2. I assume these are all in order, but the O. So big O works too? It looked like big O worked, so I'm gonna use both big O and small o. 3, 3. Then we have Z. Does the big Z work? It does. So they're interchangeable. Three. Alright, 4. Then we got... Does small b? I don't think small b works for this, does it? No, it doesn't. Okay. That's good, because that wouldn't even make sense. Then we have this. Does the other way work too? It works both ways. They thought of it all, didn't they? Then we got the winky face. 7. And then we got the tongue winky face. I assume it works with the big P too. Yes, it does. Wait, did that not go through? Did my program die or something? Hold on. I think it just died. Alright, well. So much for that. It actually died. I don't know how. It was... Wait a second. Does that actually cause it to crash? Let me see. Let me try this again. Okay, just save that for now. Oh, I actually added some things, so now this should actually work. I think. Well, it's broken. Alright, hold on. Broke stuff. Oh, now it's not broken. I wonder what happened earlier. It just broke. Okay, I'm not done though. Hold on. Let me try to finish adding these first, not get distracted here. So big P and small p work. For this tongue face. Wait, I missed number 8? Oh wait, Oh! One's not winking. One is. Of course. Number 9. And then what we got? We got this thing. R. Literally R. 10. Then we got the weird face. Does it work both ways? Let's try the other way. Oh, it does. Nice. Okay. So I don't even have that image. I have to like download it, apparently. Wait. Actually, I think I do have it. Where is it? Maybe I don't. I don't know. I thought I did. Let's download it. So this is number... whatever this is, 20. Cool. I swear I had this face before. We got the laughing face. Ha 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 ha. Number 11. And then we got... what's this? The oh no face. That hurt. That sucks. It's terrible. And we got the heart. The heart. 13. And then we have monkey emotes. I think they came from Turbo. Yeah, they did. I don't know if I should display those. I don't really feel like displaying those. I'll just leave them out. Alright. So all of this should work. All I have to do is replace the emote, the replacement thing I made. That was kind of pointless to do. Alright, so that's that. So if we use this, it looks for the files here. Alright, let me try that. Try the winky face. Oh, didn't work. Uh-oh. Place message with emoticons.
The evolution of life on Earth seems to have been profoundly altered by collisions with such bodies.
Oh man, this kind of sucks. Plays first without regex. Use big string dot index of small string to get the index of the first occurrence of the small string to the big one. Then use big string dot substring to get the piece of the big string before and after match. Finally, okay, to put those before and after. Fair enough. So find that. Wait a second. Duh. Winky face. Yay. Also, we got this. Nice. They are extremely high placed though, for some reason.
Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that there is anyone who...
And then I thought you know what, maybe I just need a global offset, not based on the height of the sprite. Let me go back. Here, no. Here. And just add, I don't know, whatever amount is required to get what I need. Kappa. Let me see what that looks like. Oh good god, what did I do wrong? Well, I made it go down too far or something. Yeah. Whoops-a-daisies. Okay, well, So these are smaller in height than these, and they get placed higher up. They get placed higher up. Does that even make sense? Let me see these two emotes again. Yeah, this one is literally right in the middle of that one. It's almost like it didn't get bumped down. Because it's probably so small in height. This is only... It would only go down by 9 pixels, while Kappa... goes down by 14, but it still looks like it's way more. Wait, where are the rest? What? Uh-oh. Test. Did something go wrong? Or is it being... Uh-oh. We lost an emote. Why is an emote missing? That's not good. But I thought this worked. Maybe it still does. Let me see. Uh-oh. Something broke with the emotes. What did I do? Okay, well, what have I been doing? I've added replace instead of replace first. Oh, I see. Yeah, that would do it. Never mind. So, dang it. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. That would definitely do it. Okay. Anyway. What was that other thing saying? So get the index of this. Not this. And then base message equals piece 1 plus e.get space filler plus piece 2. Hopefully that actually works out okay. So I'm gonna do test kappa test, which turned out okay, and then all of this. Kappa, this is a test string kappa, this is a test string kappa, this is a test string kappa. So I'm gonna convert, this is gonna be my new replace first function. Replace. Oh. Well, I'll make one real quick. String utils. Do I have text utils? That works too. Public static string replace first string source string string replace string source string replace string. That's it. That's all you want. Wait, no, it's source string, find string, and replace string. If pause is greater than or equal to 0, then do this. Alright, cool. So that is our replace first function that we custom wrote. Thanks to that guy on Stack Overflow for giving us the idea. So the source string is base message. The find string is the emote name. The replace string is the space filler. Done. Base message equals this. Yep. Cool. Try one more time. Make sure it's still all good. Heart, heart, heart. Uh-oh. Nope, that didn't work. I broke it somehow. Oh my gosh, how'd I break it? Really? Well, the other code worked. Oh, wait. Go back. This code worked, so what's the difference? Deduct get emote name. Test. Kappa test. Yeah, this one works fine. What did I screw up over there? Just need to do a quick comparison here. What is different? Oh, here's what's different. Right here. Alright, let's try that again. Test, kappa, test, kappa. Okay, good, it's working now. So this should also work. Good. Keepo. Good stuff. I really need to lower that some more. Like, so... Okay. Yeah, so the height is obviously smaller. Oh, I'm dividing it by 4. That's why it's such a huge difference. 2 versus, like, 5. That's why. The smaller the image, the more it has to go down. So the height of the text is like 24 or something. So it has to be like 24 minus the height of the image. Something like that. Alright, let's check this out again. Kappa, heart, kappa, keepo. Let's see how that looks. Okay, yeah, see, that looks a lot better, except everything just has to come more down, so plus like 32 instead, or something like that. Kappa, heart, keepo. Welcome back, Trimede. So I'm guessing you came back. So, a couple of things that have changed in the past few hours. You can hear the ping sound. This is the log file. So, everything's getting logged now. You can hear ping sounds when somebody types in chat. One of the really cool things I was able to do, I actually was like, all my emotes are pretty out of date. Out to date, right? Out of date. Goodness, words. And then I realized, I should look online for updating these. And so, my program actually fetches the emotes from online, and then it sees if we have them or not, and if we don't have them, it downloads them from online and saves it. So now my program will always stay up to date in terms of emotes, which is amazing. So that's great. I think that's probably the coolest thing I was able to do today. I loved it. And then it saves it to my computer so it doesn't have to download it again next time. So this only had 180 emotes earlier, and now it has 212 because it downloaded the rest, which is pretty dang sweet. Let's see, but that's pretty much it. Emotes are in. I'm very happy about that. No real problems otherwise. It looks like we're good to go. How is that in alignment with text? Test alignment. I think The text alignment is good now. Yeah, it is. The emotes are in the right spot. The text is in the right spot. I love it. Everything's working now. I'm happy. So at the basic level, we have SIG IRC v2. Tomorrow I plan on working on the Touhou mother features for the speedrunning feature things. So looking forward to that. But all the core features of SIG IRC, the messaging client, is done, which I'm super happy about. I'm glad that's all done. I'm gonna put you in here. I'm gonna let it run for a little while, make sure it doesn't like crash or anything. If you guys want to chat it up, feel free to test it out. You can test out long or short messages. I just want to make sure everything works, so if you can try break it somehow, go ahead. Type weird things, type lots of things, I don't care. I've tested it long enough, honestly, so I just want to see if there's anything else I may have possibly missed. Why is there a black line here? Oh, I probably know why. Whoops. I can delete that black line, actually. I really should. I don't see the point in having a random black line there. So, yeah, we don't need that. Alright. Is it gone now? Alright, it's gone now. I think the border was kind of pointless, so don't need it there to begin with. But yeah, my whole IRC program rewritten in Java was done in about 1.5 days worth of work, so I'm very happy about it. It all worked out. And it looks a lot neater now. I know where all the functionality of my program is, and it's all sorted out. It's kind of the power of Java, too. It's utilizing the power of Java. I understand it very well now. Gosh. I guess nobody wants to break my program. Sad face. Much sad face. Let me see if I can export this thing. So, I'm gonna try exporting you real quick to a runnable jar. See how that works. Where does this go? Oh, yeah. SIG IRC v2. Oh my god, another fellow Java peep. Hey, welcome. Unfortunately, we're wrapping up things for the night, but if you saw at the top of the stream, your message scrolled by, that's basically what we were working on tonight. Just working on our Twitch chat overlay. Tomorrow I begin the second phase to this program. But yeah, you missed quite a lot. Today was quite fun. Most of this was not here earlier today. This now shows all the Twitch emotes. It plays a sound for me. It logs to a file. It actually fetches Twitch emotes from the Twitch server and downloads them if I don't have them. So it's a pretty good program now that I've done all that. Oh my god. Yes, this is the kind of testing we have to try. It appears to be working. So that's good. Good job, TryMe. Good testing. That's it. That's the kind of testing we need. Yeah. Thank you for testing, though. Yeah. I need to make sure it doesn't like randomly crash when it feels like it. But yeah, that's pretty much it for today. I forgot what I was trying to finish up here. Oh yeah, so I exported it. I just wanted to see if it worked from here. I'm gonna exit this. Great, so I just made a runnable jar, so I don't even have to execute it from here. Just execute from this. You're trying to find trimedes? Oh, I have it. Hold on. Hold on, I got this. Let's see. Factor in... Where's my... Factor in a troll. Here we go.
Let's do this.
Ah, the lovely BRB screen. Will Trimede actually return though? There's only a 30% chance. He may just turn off his stream and never return. Kappa. Nice. Alright, you guys, thanks for tuning in tonight. I had a blast programming this thing. Reprogramming, I should say. But it's now in Java, a lot better than it was when it was in Game Maker, and a lot more flexible for the future. So I'm very happy how this turned out. I even added stuff I didn't expect to add in. Hope you guys enjoyed. This is going to be useful for streaming in the future as well. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be working on the second part to this program, which should be pretty exciting to try to do. So, getting ready for Touhou Mother speedrunning, which I'm also looking forward to doing. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you later. Or day, depending on where you live, you know, that sort of thing. Bye.
Sounds apocalyptic. I'm centuries ahead of them.